morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you may be. I'm back for tonight, and it's a 20. And because it's a 20, greetings. I greet you with the love and the honor of the infinite creator. And I continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe. I'm glad for you to see me. I'm David Null, also known as Hawkeye Two Feathers, and it's 20 after. And, if you do, you do. If you don't, you don't. But we love you anyway. And we hope you still love us. Actually, this is Monday morning now at 12:20 in the AM time. Back to the about time. Well, I had to feed the critters outside. I had to feed the critter inside. I had to feed this critter, which I'm still kind of munching. But Delaney, Miss Pearl, is be back to Al. Travis and Deborah Wilder, how are you all? Yep, it took me a minute longer, and um, trying to get everything set. Like, do I have enough to drink? And where are the cards? And where's the book? And where are my cigarettes? And uh, I was I was gonna cook one. I went to the store today, and our local store has uh things within the store, and it's called 5 for 20. Okay, so it could be a pack of beans, it could be a steak, it could be whatever, it could be potatoes, but tasty. But whatever 5 items you choose, it's $5 if it's labeled right. So I got four really nice steaks, and I don't eat pork much, but they've got these country kind of style ribs, and Duggar loves the bones and the fat, and I'll munch on a little bit myself, but the ribs are more for him than they are for me. But for $20, and if I eat one of those a day, um, that's a week for $20, and I'm eating a really nice cut of meat, and it's fresh, right? It's not something that has come through Walmart somewhere. These are local butchers. So, but anyway, you know, um, they also had in their produce. They have different types of produce, but today they had two. They had the green grapes and the red grapes. So I'm sitting here munching on grapes and stuff. Bananas. I loaded up on bananas tonight, uh, this afternoon. So I'm in hog heaven that I got some fresh produce, and I got some and I got some tater chips to go along with it. But anyway, so yeah, it took me a minute to get me something to munch on, and feed the cats and critters and the dog, and you know so I could sit here. And I'm just wasting time at the moment to let a few people come in. And no, you didn't miss. I said give me 20 minutes, and it's been about 20 or so minutes. So um and I had to stop and post it, which took me a few minutes. So then if I'm a little late, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I got back as soon as I could. Had to go outside and look at the stars so we could talk about any kind of earth shift, earth wobble, something, which I've noticed that Orion slipped a little further to the south. Not bad. Yeah, the coyote thing has been popping up here recently. So that's why when I was, chatting on the other device, that um, it's just been popping up with other people and subjects. Okay, On one condition, David, agree? Because nobody else is in here at the moment. You have to keep up with who's next. Okay. I'll do card for you and I'll do you first, but you got to keep up with who asked for because nobody's asked for a card yet. You're the first person. So, me. Okay. Y'all have to keep track of everybody's card. All right. So, there's two. So after this, I'm probably going to forget. But oh, Delaney. Okay. So please help me. I demand that you help me, David. Yeah, that went over well, didn't it? See, that kind of thing. I I listen to too many stories and shows and stuff, but I love a good voice actor, or voice actors. And because I can watch these animes or cartoons or something, and if the story's good, I don't have to watch it. I can just listen to it, and the emphasis on words and things and stuff is like, I myself, in a lot of ways, am a voice character actor kind of thing with the puppet shows and stuff that I did. So I really appreciate that, that someone can entertain me with their voice, but also a story. So that's why I can't believe you folks, tune into me. Is like I come up with some of the wildest shit, uh, and y'all still listen to me. Wow, you folks are demented in a lovely way. I love you, but holy crap, we're all demented together, like Doctor Demento. So I'm trying to keep up in the chat, but I'm gonna hit this a couple of times and just sit here and kind of sort of meditate on me, making the connection, shut everything else off around me, kind of thing, and just do the focus on the cards thing. So, castles first, and for however many of you are here or come in, if I reach a point and I say, "Look, I can do one more and that's it," if there's several more people, just I want to warn you ahead of time that if you know me, I will push myself beyond the point to do cards for everybody. But if I reach that point again, my spirits have kind of told me, look, you please stick to your guns. If you say one more, no matter how many once one after that, it kind of hurts afterwards for me to push too hard. It really drains my energy. So if you see that happening and I say, look, I'm very sorry, but this next person is the last one, please understand that sometimes this takes a crap load out of me. So I love you all, but if I get to that point, uh, understand. So, smoke one with me and let's hang out for a minute. And the cards are right over there. Um, I'm gonna pick on you for hey Massey. Yeah. Um, Castle is the keeper of the list for the moment. No, I feel pretty good this morning at this particular time, but 2 hours in, I don't know how good I'll feel. You know what I mean? So, and sometimes it's a lot easier than other times to do readings for people. And then sometimes it's just like before you know it, all of a sudden it's like somebody pulled the plug out your butt and your energy just went down this imaginary drain. So, but anyway, the last time I really pushed it too hard, they had a little chat with me on the side and they said, look, Hawkeye, we know you love me and you want to do what you can, but look, we're here and they're sitting around it. They got better stuff to do than to sit and have me do card readings, right? So there, it's also that in my zeal and ambition and my ambitions to help people that at whatever cost, right? And it's what are my boundaries? How many can I do? How many, how much energy? What are the warning signs? Like, okay, energy's getting low. Well, I'll do one more and then three more are done, So anyway, but it's a lesson on my part as a shaman in training, what are the limits? Because there are limits. You just can't be there for everyone all the time because you just have to be able to keep the energy for yourself. Otherwise, you're no good to anybody. So, but anyway, so it's still a lesson to me. So, but I had to make this little statement ahead of time because it's part of my lesson. Okay, you know, you got you got to say this before you do the cards. Okay. All right. They're helping, right? So I gotta, I gotta, I gotta. Well, if you could hear the conversation going on, and here's part of it. Hawkeye, how many years you fucking ignored me, and and now you wanted to have this thing that you want me to do card readings for you, and you don't even ask me if I fucking want to, and now I'm up here sitting here wanting to play cribbage, and now I got to go out there and find souls out there, and you're going to do card reading. What the hell? You better listen to me, some bitch. You should hear some of these folks. Anyway, but anyway, so David, you got the look, it is flexible. If y'all are friends. Um, I know y'all would like a card and everything, but also understand that I um, and I've talked about this before, and I'll take another hit and then start pulling cards. Okay, but I've talked about this before, and that being first in line ain't necessarily. Uh, Now David spoke up first, and I ain't talking about him. Okay, but there are so many people that I've seen that must be first in line. Well, do me, do me, do me. Okay, but do you mind if you're third? Well, I can. Why can't I be first or second? I'm just asking you out of curiosity. And for me, if I was asking, I'd go, I don't know, there's 20 people here. I can be 10th easy if that's okay with you, if it takes the stress off of you. I don't have to be first or third or fifth or eighth. I'll gladly take 10th, you know, in the overall look of stuff, right? So, but the idea though, that there are those personalities that they don't think in the big picture. They want to be as first or as close to the top of the list as possible. Now, I'm not saying this to have any reflection on you, but there are lots of other people that I've known who will. And there was something on the YouTube about people fighting over tickets to the new Spider-Man thing. Who cares? You want to be first in line? Let me get out your way. I'm good to get out of the way. Go ahead. If you have to be like that, go right ahead. And I've been that way for a long time, so there ain't nothing new for me. But there are people who have like, no, I got to get the first one. Well, I want to be there for the first one on, and it's like, just hang on. Can you accept second or third? No, I got to be first. Do you? That's a big lesson for people. I am not talking about y'all tonight in the chat or who went. No, I'm talking about, and you know what I mean, the ones that'll start a fight to get in the first, be the first one into Walmart on which they have toned down over this last 2 years, and much to the surprise and happiness of other folks in that Walmart and some other people started their Black Fridays like at the beginning of the month. And so there were Black Friday deals on Thursday. There were Black Friday deals on Monday. There were so Walmart and other stores and online sales. I took advantage of the Black Friday sales just because they were there and they like this new cell phone. Oh, how'd y'all like the video on it? Was it clear and the sound okay? By the way, I can see everything on this screen. I'll have to get used to the format that's on that smaller screen. But anyway, I'm fixing to do some cards. Just a second. But like I said, I'm not discussing this about you all, but you know the type of people. But here's the thing, that there are some folks who are like looking for the, spirituality, and they're serious, but their personality is, it's sort of that they got to be me right at the front, right? Well, I'm going to be the first one to make the crossover. Well, I'm going to be I'm going to be the, oh, really? Yeah, okay. Now, from my perspective, I just want to learn. Okay. If I have to stand in the doorway, I just want to be there. Okay. So whether I'm in the front row or the back row, the fact that I'm there and listening or participating is more important than my seating arrangements. You understand? So, in looking at the big picture, now having been in theater productions, having run spotlights and lights and cameras and just stage direction and that kind of thing for some rather large productions at the theaters, like the Tallahassee Little Theater, and of course, where I was at Moultrie Little Theater, Thomasville on Stage and Company over in Cairo, Georgia. I tried to help out in Albany, but some of them folks up there are just really badly snobbish. But So this idea of what it looks like, kind of thing. So everything went great on the phone. I got the fire burning and got my medicine card book out. So the reference, did you hear me about how did the phone do okay? Steve, is that your remark about everything went great on the phone? Because I really need an opinion. Yeah, it's okay. No, I mean seriously, did it sound okay? But anyway, by the way, Steve, thank you. By the way, Steve, and I'm going to pull a card here in just a minute. I'm sorry. I know it's been almost 20 minutes. But the I'm going to try a different bandwidth, since I know what my signal strength is out there by where I want to where I've got the stuff for the fire. It could be a really big ass fire. So, but it'd be interesting in that how this new camera, which I liked what I was looking as far as this camera looks versus what that camera looks like. It looks like it's a whole lot better, and I'm a ugly old mother, It went fine, sounded good, was actually a bit brighter than the computer. Yes, I agree, 'cause this camera that, plugs into the USB, it's an older camera. So, and I have just like, "Okay, here you go." But, my other expensive, Canon camera, I found a video out port, but there's no information in the book or online as to what you do with this video output. It's like, what? It's not the old type of RCA type jacks. It's anyway, AV out, but AV out to what? And nothing on the website or anything in the book says anything about it. And in the old days, I used to be able to hook my Canon camera up to the computer, and there was software that came up, and you could edit and do these things and stuff. Anyway, but I want to try to use my Canon camera, which has a much better quality and zoom capabilities, and try to hook it to the computer. But the cell phone might actually fix that. And I've got several different uh, tripods. I just need to find the right one that holds this camera. So it'll be able to hold still. I'll be able to set it up in the yard, get everything right, and then set the stage, have enough background light, and the fire and so forth. And I'd really like to do a drum. So do another test, and then if it works out well, then I'll try to actually videotape a live drum outside. So anyway, So with that said, moving into the medicine cards. It's a 20. It's been 20 minutes. Now, David, I'm going to stick with you because you politely asked first, and you normally wait till last. So, I'm going to go ahead and do you. So, um, hold still for a minute. Let me take a sip. So, as you all have probably heard me before, I ask you to just be quiet and be still. Don't be reading the chat. Don't be typing. 30 seconds. Okay. Honest. Close your eyes. 30 seconds. It ain't long. It'll seem like an eternity, but it ain't. Just close your eyes and just 30 seconds. That's so my spirit guides can say, and when you close your eyes for that period of time, raise your hand to be sure, but so the spirit guides can see your hand raised out there in the ether. Um, I'm not sure how many of you. I feel like I can't be sure who's like closed their eyes and really asked what I asked for, or they go, yeah, okay, I got my eyes closed, and they go like, it doesn't really matter. You'd be surprised. So there are sometimes I'm shuffling through the cards, and you know, my spirit guides are going, where the hell's his hand, or her hand, or their hand, or whatever. Like, come on, they're supposed to be quiet. And I'm shuffling through the cards, and then sometimes the cards literally pop out at me, right? So it's like, but my in asking that you do that simple thing, uh, it does help my spirit guides because they're like, okay, where is this? And also, I'm really new to this still, right? And it does help me because it gives me a chance to visualize as well. So I got the old cards right here. So Dave, 30 seconds starting now, and we're on a delay. So, but you get the idea. Just give me 30 seconds. So raise your hand. And for whatever it means, there are some folks, and Dave's been in the chat for a long time, along with some of the others. And there are just some folks that it seems like it's easier to see them out yonder. Um, I can't really explain why. We've never met, other than in the chat room. I've seen David Castle. We've been on shows together. I think we were on the same show. Was that you? Was that you, Dave? But anyway, but to the point though, um, I'm focusing. Y'all hang out. Okay. That's interesting. There's a lot of, okay. Um, this is interesting. If I flip this card, I would turn it upside down. They wanted me at the last minute to split the deck and flip one side and shuffle. I didn't, but this card, if I pull it up this way, uh, it would be opposite of the way the cards laying. If I'm making sense, let me see if I can explain this because this is important. What you may think of is I pulled the card right. Okay, so here's the card in question right here. Wait, where's the dang this card here? So if I take the card and turn it this way, I get this is the top and this is the bottom. If I take the card and do this to it, I've turned it upside down, you see. So, how I pull the card and which way you flip it is important. So, as I found this card, I was like, uh, so the answer is to just turn it sideways and flip it so that the cards, the way they're laid out in the hand at the moment, would make it up right side up, versus if I had taken the card and flipped it up. If you're doing card readings, this matters. Okay. So, and I know there are folks, some of you folks out there that have cards and are doing it, matters how you pull the cards up. So for me, I try to turn the card up sideways. So the way the cards are oriented is how the card should be read. Okay, skunk, okey doke. They say there's another one in here. Okay, that's interesting. Weasel and skunk were side by side. Then the other card was right next to it. Not that there's supposed to be two, but this does make sense. Weasel and skunk, and they're telling me that the weasel is the primary card, but skunk is second. Okay, so here we go with the first reading. Thank you all for hanging out. You know, smoke them if you got them. Um, we're just hanging out and having a good time, and whatever. A lot of times, the messages that come for one person, has a meaning for all of us. So let's see what the cards have in store for us tonight. Without any pretext. I have to keep myself out of the equation at all times when I'm doing the readings, right? So, it's not what I think it should be. No, here is what they're saying it should be, or what the cards say. So, Weasel number 33, interesting number right off the bat. But it was the second card that I pulled, with skunk being number 7. That in of itself, number 7 comes up and is a magical number to some folks. Interesting. Weasel, stealth. Weasel, weasel, weasel. Who's in the hen house now? If I were to ask you, you'd say it was the cow. So, the weasel has an incredible amount. Tweet, tweet, tweet. That was easy for you to say. It has an incredible amount of energy and ingenuity, yet it is a difficult power totem to have. It is not without significance that ermine or weasel pelt is worn by royalty. And I have to put my other set of glasses on because the print's too small. Mo better. Weasel ears hear what is really being said. This is a great ability. Weasel ears hear what's really going on. Weasel eyes see beneath the surface of a situation to know the many ramifications of an event. This too is a rare gift. The chiefs sent Weasel to the enemy camps to smoke them for power. What are the medicines of the enemy? The chiefs would ask Weasel upon its return. Weasel never failed to give an accurate account of the enemy's numbers, their strengths, and weaknesses. It was Weasel who tearfully told the original people of the coming of the white boat people. Weasel said, "These brothers have strange new medicine," he said. "They will tell us that to live the way we do is wrong. They will confuse us with their talking bark." Talking bark is paper, okay? books, talking bark. And if you think about it, and then that's one thing I've talked about before, but the fact that it comes up is, they're changing history right in front of us. They're changing the Bible. They're changing the intent of things that were written long ago. And so we have to be careful. So, but here's Weasel telling this, okay? They will tell us that to live the way we do is wrong. They will confuse us with their talking bark. They have stolen thunder from Skyfather and placed it into their weapons. They have no respect for animal brothers and sisters, and they will make their thunder speak and speak to the animals and then kill them. They will make thunder speak to us also. Their numbers are too many to count, and these white brothers will steal everything from us but our spirits. The great dark shadow of the ravenous bird of death has fallen over the people. Now, this is what the message that Weasel had to bring to the original peoples. Weasel fur changes color with the seasons. Silent Weasel has many lessons to teach you. Weasel could confound Great Spirit, pick Great Spirit's pockets, and then leave Great Spirit contemplating the divine navel. If this is your personal medicine or your powers of observation are keen. You seem to be saying, "Leave me alone and I will do the same for you." You might even look a bit guilty at times due to what you know from observing life and of other people. You may be a loner, hiding yourself away from others, or perhaps even a recluse. Now, one would consider that of me, but you are a powerful ally to have in any business organization, since you can see what the competition is doing. People may make a great mistake in sizing you up since they do not immediately see your powers. But the first time they try to outsmart you, they will soon learn that your intelligence is greater than their own. Look to Weasel Power to tell you the hidden reasons behind anything. And I've been talking about this kind of sort of here recently, like be careful of, they're changing prayers and stuff, and so but um so um look to Weasel Power to tell you the hidden reasons behind anything. So just because somebody says it's like a really cool deal, or ooh, uh be careful. Just look inside more. uh, Whatever that topic might be. Some people are put off by weasel medicine, their talent and abilities, but there are no bad medicines. We all have power, or we would not be here to heal Mother Earth. They want me to repeat this. We all have power, or we would not be here to heal Mother Earth. So, any of y'all that's listening to this and those folks, we are here to heal Mother Earth, okay? We all have power. Perhaps if you have weasel power, you could use your secret gifts for the good of all. Observe who or what needs attention or a solution and offer your assistance in your own quiet, steady, or discreet way. Now, they're asking me to read this a little bit. Now, the card was straight up, straight up. So, but sometimes there's a really good message in if the card were reversed. So here's the thing. They're like, read a sentence or two. Okay. Is contrary weasel in your cards? Not necessarily, but look out for intrigue. Someone may be using covert tactics to weasel you into the henhouse. Perhaps you should lock your doors and dress your teenager like a nun. Now, hopefully, they meant teenage girl and not a boy, but we won't go there. Or perhaps you may be lying to yourself about something you know to be true. Kind of going along with the theme of coyote recently, you know, are we sabotaging ourselves? So, but we have to stop and be absolutely honest with, well, no, I didn't do that when, yeah, you did, or I did, or, so, but anyway, so that's the first card, Weasel, there, Dave. Um, and for whatever I can sort of knowing you as much as I do, which is not a grant lot, but I can see where that, you know, that works for you for whatever the current medicine may be. But generally that, you know, anyway, is a favorable card is where I was trying to go. Okay. Yeah. See, and Weasel and Skunk together, it really makes sense. Okay, that these two show up uh, in your cards this morning. Skunk is reputation. It's number 7 in the list. Skunk, tell me the story so I will know it well of how to attract and how to repel. So, skunk is reputation. Skunk medicine. Go ahead and laugh. This furry little animal has a reputation that contains a great deal of power. Due to its distinctive behavior, humans give this tiny, smelly little creature a wide berth. The key word here is respect. Unlike other predatory animals, skunk does not threaten your life, but threatens your senses. You know this to be true if you have ever been in the vicinity of its spray. You can A skunk can spray, and you can still smell it days afterward. I mean, if they let it go, boy, howdy, and there's no way to not know what it is. You know this to be true if you've ever been in the vicinity. On observing the habit patterns of skunk, it is easier to notice the playfulness and nonchalance of this natural behavior. The I dare you attitude of this 4 legged critter commands you, as the observer, to respect its space by mere reputation alone. If you see a skunk, you don't go over there and go, "Ooh, look," you go, "Holy crap, there's a skunk. Let me back up." By reputation alone, I've never been sprayed with a skunk. The spray has been close and around and that kind of thing. I've had animals and other that have been sprayed. So, but so skunk is teaching you that by walking your talk and by respecting yourself, you will create a position of strength and honored reputation. The carriage of your body relates to others what you believe about yourself. There is no need to bully, aggravate, torment, or overpower other beings when when your sense of self is intact, as with skunk. The resonant field of energy around your body is relayed through the senses. Self esteem permeates the body's energy and is instantly recognized on an extrasensory level by others. Now, see, Dave, I know folks have a connection with you, so this card's for you. Okie doke. But with that, though, so learn to assert without ego, and this is not necessarily for you personally, but there are a lot of people who have a lot of good stuff, but it's always about how good I am and how I've learned, and you should follow me. Nah, I talk about me a lot because I can't talk about anybody else, but I always try to relate it to some other situation. And there's a lot of times when my insides are going, you got to, ego cannot be a part of this. It cannot be. You must refuse any ego that gets in. I'm talking about myself, but in anybody else. So confidence is great. Reputation is great, but it must be without ego. So and Dave, I know you know that, but to other people, that's really important. Learn to assert follows your self respect will repel those who are not of like mind. Let me repeat that. Your self respectful attitude will repel those who are not of like mind. So you go up to somebody that's just a grumpy butt and you go, "Hey, how you doing? You having a good day today?" "No, some bitch leave me alone. Yeah, you all you do gooders and namby pamby." It's like, well, it's really nice to meet you there, Charlie. "My name, goddamn it, my name is Charlie." What says it on your shirt? "Well, it's my brother's shirt. You know, that goddamn. Okay, so so your self-respect attitude will repel those with, you know, who are not of the like mind. They just you don't have to do nothing, right? They'll just get it. And yet will attract those who choose the same pathway. As the odor of skunk attracts others of its kind, we're all a bunch of skunky people here. It repels those who will not respect its face. Skunk medicine people have the ability to attract others, and they are very charismatic. At the same time, the other side of their natural power is to repel those who seek to take the energy from them without recycling the gifts they have taken. Now, that's some heavy duty right there. Skunk medicine people also know how to use the energy that flows. In skunk medicine, it's going to learn how to handle energy flows. Modern psychologies call this body language. In tribal teachings, this is your personal medicine, which you are showing to others. Use your medicine well and know that you are known by your reputation. How you use your energy will attract either honor or disgrace, and not necessarily your disgrace, but other people's. You may want to examine what energy you are putting out that creates your present situation. Now, this goes for everybody all the time. Make sure that whatever how your tone of voice is, coming on to other people and how they might be accepting or rejecting, we always have to be careful of that. If you choose this symbol, you're being asked to notice the kinds of people who are attracted to you. If they emulate favorable characteristics, have enough self esteem to recognize those characteristics within yourself. Walk tall and be proud of the accomplishments you've made. Bear in mind that what you believe about yourself is your ultimate protection. Project self respect. So, what's the power of skunk? Self respect without being egotistical, period. Reputation. So, for Dave, not that's Dave's card, but for other folks, that's just good medicine. So, who's next? I know Delaney was about third, as I remember. Rick Hummer, we took all power from his creepy ass. Oh, no wonder I couldn't see. These glasses are really dirty. Okay, Dave, you have names as NASCAR racing. Well, we love NASCAR here too. I might not be able to name all them their drivers, but I watch me some NASCAR too. As I'm reading it, I'm going, I think that'll resonate. But there part of that also is like we all have skunk medicine in that if you resonate well without ego, people will find you. And in a way, I'm a skunk because I started this channel with no forward, me and Brian Barnett used to talk about it all the time. As I've discussed before, how many people we want, we don't care. If it's 50 people, but it's 50 good people, that's all we need. Those who have ears to hear will hear. Those who have eyes to see will look. And the message will come to those, who need it most. If those folks are if it's necessary, they will find us and listen, and it will resonate without force, without any, recompense or anything like that. Just put it out there. And so, and the result is all you find people. Oh, likes a card reading. Um, I'm sorry, I missed. And then something Isby. Delaney, is she next? I missed it. I was cleaning my glasses. Sorry, Dave. Is Lady Spitfire next and then Delaney? Okay, Delaney Isby back to him. All right. I think I can keep that up to this point. Thank you, Steve, and everybody. I love hanging out with y'all, and I hope this is honestly, that this is beneficial to you. I know it is for me. And my thing is oh, by the way, as I'm shuffling the cards, and so Delaney, I know you got your hand up out there, and my spirit guides are going, Delaney's over there. Yeah, we see her, yeah, okay, Delaney, we see you over there, you know. Uh, Delaney, you know what I mean by that, right? You were probably laughing inside or out. But inside or out, yeah, sure enough. Uh, and I forgot where I was going with that. I'm shuffling and turning and okay, one more time. I'm looking. Hang on. I know I quit talking, but now here's an interesting pair ish. Okay, this is gonna Miss Pearl, this is for you. Uh, this one's a 3-carder, okay? And interestingly enough, the first card out was Frog upside down. Okay. Let me separate these cards. All right. So, Frog upside down, number 38 in the book. The next one, and here's the thing, Frog was in the middle of the deck and the ant was on the bottom of the deck. So I thought they were together, like side by side, and then I realized they were actually like half a deck apart. But there was still another card, which is the beaver upside down, which is 22. But and number 32 is the ant, which is right side up. And it seems that ant between these other two, which both there's water concerned, the ant seems to be primary. But anyway, they want me to read the ant card first, then the frog card, and then the beaver. Okay. So, but I'm going to light a cigarette and smoke during this. So bear with me, y'all. But this is a really, really interesting spread. I don't remember having anything that was similar. Like, I mean, I've had beaver, I've had frog, and ants only showed up a couple of times. But to be in this configuration is just in, not necessarily odd, but interesting. Okay. One might say even weird, but I don't want to go that way. But anyway, so hang in there. Um, Ant is number 32. Uh, oh, there's Beaver 32. I mean 22. 32, right. I went right to the first to the Beaver card. That was weird. As far as turning the pages, went right to it. Here we go, Delaney. Wowzers. Ant. Patience. O tiny ant, your patience grows like the sands of time. Can I learn to be like you, or is it too sublime? Very interesting. Ant can carry a leaf over hundreds of miles just to get it back to the anthill. Ants in Africa will strip a forest bare when food is scarce if it takes them a year. Ants' medicine is the strategy of patience. Now, Miss Delaney, they're saying to me right now that these cards for you are also a conduit for other people, because one of the things that a lot of folks need right now is patience. And if you go off half strung or without enough information, people need to be patient because things can develop. Like 2 days ago, well, a week ago, I didn't know I was going to get a load of plywood and I was going to finagle with a friend of mine, and that I was going to be able to build a floor in my shop a whole lot quicker and sooner than I expected. So stuff turns up. So what you may think is in the future, that future might end up sooner or later. So, but anyway, patience. Ant is a builder like Beaver. Now, here's the thing, Beaver was the third card I pulled. Okay. Ant is a builder like Beaver, is aggressive like Badger, has the stamina like elk, the scrutiny like Mouse, and the giveaway like Turkey. Every ant in an anthill is a part of the ant group mind, as all the ants work for the queen and the hive. Self sacrifice is part of the ant medicine. Greater than ants' other medicine, however, is patience. Ant people are active, community minded folk who see the greater needs of the future needs of their town. Ant people are planners like Squirrel, and they are content to see their dreams being built a little at a time. In today's society, that is a rare quality. In the desert, one type of ant will burrow a conical hole. This is not true. They talk about an ant that builds it, and they're called ant lions. They actually eat ants. This statement is false. Patience has its rewards. Ant people have a knowing about the sweet victory at the end of the line. There is never a concern about going without. If they are late for the opening of a sale, um, if what they want is sold out, they are sure that something equal or better is available. Now, I was talking about being first or second in line. This is exactly what, here's the card I pull about patience. Sometimes being 10th in line is actually better because something else has showed up late and go, well, hey, we got these, cinnamon buns here. Anybody want one? Anyway, um, if you have ant medicine, you eat slowly and deliberately. Well, that might not necessarily be true, but and are content in knowing that what is yours will come to you. This knowing is good medicine. It shows a trust in the universe to provide. Now, that's something for everybody. You might not get it tomorrow, but I somehow knew that, my shed was, I'd get to, and anyway, it came in a different way. Total surprise, but it's here. I got it, and it's going to work out. So be open to other suggestions and don't be over, not necessarily to you, uh, Pearl, but as ant medicine and as the message to all, because patience is a really good. Uh, if ant medicine has come into your spread today, it is time to show a little trust and patience in some life situation. Now, I don't know if this fits for you, Pearl, but you may have forgotten that you will always receive that which you need at the time you need it most, especially if you really trust the universe. If it is not on the horizon or just around the next anthill, you may need to use some strategy. How can you put your use of your power of creation until it arrives, whatever it means to you at this time or that time? Ant is working for the good of the whole. Are you? If you are, be assured that the whole wants the same goodness for you, and it will be provided. Now, next in line was the beaver, which is interesting because it's mentioned in ant. So talk about a connection. Uh, oh, the other way. I'm going to be interested to see how frog fits into this into this spread. But the fact that ant, patience, and now here's beaver, the builder. I've told this story before, and I'm just going to give a very a minute description. But in the story long ago of the animals that divided up the river for them to have, bear had places where it was wider and deeper and stuff, and all the animals had chosen different parts of the river. And beaver was pushed upstream to where it was just a trickle. And him and otter got together and they built a dam, and the dam held water. And then when there was a drought, all the other animals came up there and blamed beaver and otter as stealing the water from the animals. And what they proved to them was that actually they had saved the water for the other animals. And so by build by being a builder and by working together, and so that's a tiny little synopsis of that story. But here's Beaver the builder. Beaver, teach me to build my dreams, including others too. One mind, one thought, hearts as one, lessons learned from you. Beaver is the doer in the animal kingdom. Beaver medicine is akin to water and earth energy, and it incorporates a strong sense of family and home. If you were to look at the dams that block woodland streams, you would find several entrances and exits. In building its home, beaver always leaves itself many alternative escape routes. Now, there's medicine in this also. Don't ever paint yourself into a corner. That's just a really don't tight situation. That's um in building its home. Let's see. This practice is a lesson to all of us. Oh, guess what the next line is? To not paint ourselves into corners. Holy crap. And I didn't see it. I just, anyway, if we, that was weird. I had the next sentence in my head. If we eliminate our alternatives, we dam the flow of experience in our lives. A doer is characterized by industriousness, and Beaver knows that limitation cancels productivity. And Beaver knows that limitation cancels productivity. So if you don't know how to really do something and you get tied up in it, it's going to take you longer to do something. But if somebody knows what they're doing, boom, 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 it goes along like clockwork. So limitation, all right. Beaver is armed with very sharp teeth that are capable of felling whole trees. Imagine what those teeth could do to the limbs of a predator. From the rear, Beaver is armed with a paddle like tail that aids in swimming as well as in guarding its behind. This it's not a tiny mammal, but it says this tiny mammal is well equipped to protect its creation. To understand beaver medicine, you might take a look at the power of working and attaining a sense of achievement. And building a dream, teamwork is necessary. To accomplish a goal with others involves working with the group mind. Group mind constitutes harmony of the highest order without individual egos getting in the way. Each partner in the project honors the talents and the abilities of others and knows how to complete the piece of puzzle that belongs to them. In working well with others, a sense of community is achieved and unity ensues. If fever has appeared in your spirit, it may be time to put your ideas into action or to complete some project that has been neglected. The beaver card could also be asking you to settle differences between fellow workers or friends or whomever. Beaver tells you to look for alternative solutions to life's challenges and to protect the creations which you put your love and energy into. Sometimes Beaver brings you a warning to watch your back. If this is your message, you will know it by the position of which the card falls in your spread. If the card falls south, it's to remind you, child self, that trusting is okay, but caution is necessary. Let's see, if the card falls south. Um, well, it was upside down. That might be south. So it says it is to remind your child self that trusting is okay, but caution is necessary. Use discernment and all will be fine. So now the next one is Frog 38, trying to move along here. But that's an interesting, the combination with ant and beaver, patience and uh, uh, the builder. Here we go. Frog number 38, cleansing. Sing, frog, sing. Call the rains, quench the dryness, cleanse the earth, then fill me up again. Frog sings the songs that bring the rain and make the road dirt more bearable. Frog medicine is akin to water energy, like beaver. Okay, so there's a connection with all three of these cards. Um, Frog medicine is akin to water energy and east on the medicine wheel. Frog teaches us to honor our tears, for they cleanse the soul. A all water rights belong to Frog, including all initiations by water. Now I forget this. Okay, I forget about this. Water prepares. I use water, but I forget about Frog. Water prepares and cleanses the body for sacred ceremony. It is the element we understand best in the womb. Frog, like ourselves, is the polywog in the fetal waters and only learns to hop after it experiences the world of fluidity. I just love that statement. Um, until it experiences the world of fluidity as things flow, as nature flows, and anyway. The transformation into adulthood prepares Frog for its power to call in the waters of the skies, the rain. And knowing the element of water, Frog can sing the song that calls the rain to earth. When the ponds are dry, Frog calls upon the thunder. We are asked to know, um, uh, it calls upon the thunder beings to cleanse and replenish the earth with water. Like Frog, we are asked to know when it is time to refresh, purify, and refill the coffers of the soul. If Frog hopped into your cards you chose today, its ribbit may be calling you, um, um, be calling it. Its ribbit may be calling in the cleansing you need. If you were to look at where you are today, you would use any of the following words to describe your condition: tired, overloaded, harried, frustrated, guilty, itchy, nervous. Uh, if so, take a break and allow yourself to bathe in the waters of frog medicine. This could mean to take a long bath, connecting on the phone, or yelling stop, or taking in deep cleansing breaths. The key thought is to find a way to rid yourself of distractions and replace the mud with clear energy, and then replenish your parched spirit, body, and mind. Now, I just realized something. I'm looking at Beaver and I just read it, but the card's upside down. So, in the middle of this, they said, wait, we got to go back to Beaver and read it upside down. But also, uh, frog still means cleansing. Okay, stick with that part. And let me get back to Beaver and on the If beaver has dunked its head under the water and is contrary to you today, you are being asked to open new doors to opportunity and to stay aware. Now, at the beginning of this session, I said, the thing, and the end of the last one, I said, one of the things we need to adapt to is we need to have our awareness, and make sure, because that's what's going to help us to get through whatever's coming. This could also be in a time of laziness or apathy. Find what is damming the flow and remove the impasse. The questions that may arise when Beaver is contrary are: have I forgotten to allow room in my life for new experiences? Am I willing to work with others? Am I resentful of having to work? Do I express my creativity by doing or just dreaming about it? Has my mind created so many obstacles to productivity that I feel like a failure before I begin? Meditate upon Beaver's determination and willingness to work. Visualize the goal you wish to accomplish and be willing to work with others to achieve the end. Now, Contrary Frog says, Frog slipped in the mud and is lying on its back, unable to right itself. Get ready for more mud in your eye. The contrary position of frog can denote an unwillingness on your part to wipe the mire out of your life. Mud can turn from mire to bog to quicksand if you don't recognize its effect on your present situation. Is someone draining your energy? Are you allowing yourself to ride down the tubes with them? Have you tried to settle someone else's quarrel and gotten in the middle of the line of fire? Please stop. Recognize what it is that is mucking up the lily pond. Swim with the frog. Frog's bug eyes see it all. Dive deeply and then hop to the next lily pad to catch the sun. In this way, you may see exactly what has been draining your energy. At this time, all of life activities can be to the same point of this whole thread. At times, all of life's activities can be overwhelming for everybody these days, right? So, and everyone occasionally needs a break. Contrary frog can signal one of these moments, but can also portend a time of feeling waterlogged. And feeling waterlogged, you may be dealing with too many emotions or feelings. That this is to say, the world is uh, too much with you, or that you have immersed yourself in one idea or activity to the exclusions of all other facets of your life. If this is the case, a break from routine is suggested. Hop to other lily pads or visit another pond for a while. Negativity is drawn to you when you refuse to give yourself time and space needed to assume a new viewpoint. Now, they want me to read that again, Pearl. Negativity is drawn to you when you refuse to give yourself the time and space needed to assume a new viewpoint, whatever that is. Frog is in the contrary position is an omen that you are courting disaster if you don't stop and smell the lilies, eat some flies, bask in the sun, and rivet till the rain comes to refill your spirit. So there you go. Now, I forgot who's next. Uh, Booteg or somebody was in there. Is it Regen's next? I think. So, Pearl, that's an interesting spread right there. And each one was connected to the other one in some way. For me, when I see that kind of thing, I go, the spirits must really be talking. It's you, Isby? Okay. All right, give me a second. Let me, I thought I had laid cards down in another position. Okay. All right. This thing about group mind, Beaver is teaching and has Beaver's come up before. And, whenever we're working on, when we each have our own portion puzzle piece, and the trust in each other as to you're going to do your part, I'm going to do mine, and he's going or she's going to do theirs. And that, it's that trust. And also, it's when if somebody gets into a situation that's a little over their heads, you stop and use someone else's talent. That's to me. Now I don't know where that fits in for y'all, but for me, when I was doing theater and other stuff, when you got to something, you called in somebody, and said, hey, I need somebody to make a dress, or I need some whatever it is, so what your limitations are, and you're not you you have enough sense within yourself. Now I don't mean this is for Pearl, but for all y'all, but you have to have enough self confidence to pull in folks to help you out. Well, I can finish this by myself. Maybe not. Just saying. Okay. When I was a younger man, I could pick that canoe out there up and load it myself. I cannot do that at my age now. So, sometimes you have to go, wait a minute, I'm going to need help with this. It may not have been that way, but it may be that now. So, anyway, Isby, all right. So, all them toxic femme trailers being built. Oh man, yeah, they did. I have been in places with all new carpet and stuff like that, and it smells like formaldehyde. It's a horrible smell. My brother and I stayed in a place years ago, and it made both of us sick. We were so glad to get out, and it was a new hotel motel, but it was made like FEMA trailer kind of stuff. You can't get audio, but you see chat. Okay, sorry. All right, Isby, this one's for you. Okay. All right, this card's for you. It's dog upside down. Um, Let me get a drink and take a hit. What time is it? Oh crap, we passed the 20. Let me catch up. It was Pearl. All right. But the continuing message though is what's interesting as well. Is there the thread from my topic to the last one to yours? There's all over the last several times I've done pulled cards, there has been an underlying thread that kind of connects through the whole thing. And I ain't even trying, right? Well, actually I am. I'm trying to get it right. you know. Yeah, I'm gonna need to reload this thing. I need to catch up with you. Well, oh, literally wrote the time as you asked what time it was. I know you're good, Michelle. See, that's one of the special things that, and see, y'all see it. I don't have to convince you. Y'all feel it, see it, sense it, And if that isn't proof that the quantum equation exists between us all, always, is because we share it when we all get together. The fact is that even some people who listen or watch the show later will go, "Wow, I really wished I'd been there live." but I really enjoyed it. So it's like, so being live is the connection between us, but people pick it up even after as the second, as the recording, right? So it's interesting that which we together put out with this video and the energy that goes with it can be felt by other folks after the fact, without being live. So I find that fact just damned amazing. But here's the thing. So when George Lucas and they put out Star Wars, 50 years later, would you still have thought that Star Wars has the same impact when now there are all these other shows about, that are around Star Wars? So, but to the point, did he anticipate that back when he wrote it? Seriously, did he have that much foresight in that now there's a special about Bubba Fett? There's different. Now I love it. I like the fact that people, as far as a storyline, is to use established characters and give their back history. I think it's great. I really do. And not being necessarily, the force be with you kind of thing, but it's in there. I like it. Keep it up, guys, and gals, and folks. The Mandalorian, things like that. I wanted to show you all this. I found this hiding, and I'm fixing to put it in my to pipe and smoke it. It's called Summit, and this is called Guava Kush. And I thought it was empty, and I was just hanging onto the pack, and I felt something. I was like, "Holy crap! There's a bud in there." So I'm gonna smoke it. Um, and Beaver's Bend Park, good place to camp. Thunder rolls and the lightning strikes. There you go. Lady Spitfire. I didn't count myself. So you're the 10th on the list. I missed to. Isby's next, and I pulled the dog card. I'm sorry. I'll be right with you. Um, um, a friend of mine gave this to me as a present, and he's like, "This is what folks, at the weed shops are getting, and is stuff like this." And I was like, "Okay." So it was. I could cuss a lot trying to figure out how to open this how to open this GD thing right here. But there's only one butt in it, so I could just rip. If I had teeth, I could just rip through it. Take Jar Jar Binks' way. See, I know I'm strange, but I like Jar Jar. The guy, the person who does the voice for Jar Jar and the character, as the fall guy, stupid idiot, bumbling. There's got to be farcical. Um, uh, it Jar Jar is the farce. Jar Jar, in Indian terms, would be the Heoke. You know, in his stupidity, and he's almost like the trickster. He's almost like Coyote. So in Jar Jar's character, yeah, I got it. Thank you. Were you? Was that for me, Travis? But anyway, so as a person who's done theater and all that kind of stuff, writing and etc., the understanding of like where everybody hates Jar Jar, in a way, is kind of sort of the point because he's that opposition that yeah, Jar Jar they could have done without him. No, they really couldn't. They really couldn't. His character was so annoying. You have to understand that what that annoying character was like for those of us who remember who Jerry Lewis was, and his character, and that whiny, nasally Jerry Lewis kind of look and craziness. Okay, so what? Yeah, 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 yeah. It's so annoying, and you go, I just couldn't stand it yet on purpose. But anyway, I kind of like the Jar Jar character, and when it and one of the some other episode, I think it was more in the animated series, which was extremely well written. in my humble opinion. But he has to go back under the ground and talk to the Gungans and all this kind of stuff. And his uh, interaction with his own people and this kind of thing and stuff. And it's like, oh, well, the Gungans, they could have done without it. And I would say no to this because the Gungans represent critters that would not necessarily go to war with anybody in particular, but the fact that every one of them would sacrifice themselves in honor and for their own peoples and that kind of thing, no matter how crazy or stupid they are. So the idea that, for as much as people don't like, the Jar Jar character, there's a lot of meaning in it, just saying. But anyway, uh, I have kindly and Nash over. Yeah, who Jar Jar was funny. Yeah, I loved the character. I really did. It was lovingly annoying, but there are a lot of people that I knew who just like Dave. I can't see how you liked his character. Well, I'm a puppeteer, and I like odd characters. I've created a few of them, and I like that oddness about him. But at the same time, he's like one of my puppet characters. You're a dumb bonehead. He was always crazy. You talk like this, and he always got things wrong. Like remember now, it's everybody holler, Hollerween. Remember that story back a ways. So that's my character of you're a dumb bonehead, the Bonehead Brothers. And but the idea, though, in a lot of ways, he's kind of sort of like Jar Jar. So when I saw Jar Jar, which was after I had created my character of the Boneheads, I was like, wow, somebody stole his character and put it into Jar Jar in a way, you know. So anyway, Isby, I'm fixing to read your card. Okay, I had to pack this bowl and take a half step break, but I'm gonna get back to business now. Um, number 14, upside down. And of course, you've got a book, so you can read it yourself. But since everybody else is here, I'm going to read it. And Coyote's number 13 in the book. Jar Jar is a Sith. Yeah, that would be fun, wouldn't it? Now, for me, I'd like to see a whole series just around Jar Jar and his kinfolk and stuff. I think that would be a really cool. Um, they've done the Mandalorian, and now they've got this one out called Batches on Disney Plus, and they've got um, 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 the new one that's supposed to be out here in December about Bubba Fett. So maybe there's too many people that hate Jar Jar for them to do a series on Jar Jar, but I'd watch it. So anyway, dog loyalty. Now, so I'm going to read the positive sides of dog, but then I'm going to flip over because I'm taking too much time to do this and read because dog's upside down. Okay. So it's 143 here. This is a 20 mark. Dave let me down. Broken arrow. Was that some rose? Dog loyalty. Dog, you are so noble until the bitter end. Your medicine is the teaching of true and loyal friends. All the Southwest and Plain, all of the Southwest and Plains Indian tribes had dogs. These noble animals would often give warning signals of approaching danger. Now, I have to add this little thing. I was watching a John Wayne movie, somebody else, folks, right? Indians, and it's called The Searchers. And last night, old Western, right? And so, true enough, there's trying to sneak into the Indian camp, right? At night. Teepees were very authentic, by the way, but so this the chief or whatever it was steps out of his teepee and he's standing there and he hears the dog bark. And so what's the first thing you do? He picks up a rock and throws it at the dog. So yeah, they warned him all right. Shut up, you fucking dog. But anyway, so yeah, they did. They was in that movie, you know. So they helped to hunt and were oh, I'm no wonder I can't see the words. I got to put my other glasses on. They helped to hunt and were a great source of warmth on the long winter nights. Think about the 3 dog night. Since the canine tribe has many breeds, early Indian dogs were usually half wild. This wildness, however, never divested the owners of their dog's innate loyalty. The dog has been considered the servant of humanity throughout history. If a person carries dog medicine, he or she usually is serving to others or humanity in some way. I would say this fits you, Isby. Here you will find the charity worker, philanthropist, the nurse, the counselor, the minister, and the soldier. Uh, Dog was the servant soldier that guarded the tribe's lodges from surprise attacks. Now, to the movie part, it alerted the Indian, but he just thought the dog was bark when really there was an attack, an imminent attack that killed him and many of his people. So, but it was up to the Indian to pay attention. Anyway, uh, throughout history, dog has been the guardian of hell, as well as of ancient secrets, hidden treasures, and babies. While mothers were cooking her in the fields, dog honors its gifts and is loyal to the trust placed in its care. And like in new women, I skipped a couple of sentences by not on purpose. Dog is the medicine that embodies the loving gentleness of best friend and the half wild protector energy of territorial imperative. Now, that's a strange way to put that, right? In other words, you protect your spot, right? Like Anubis, the jackal dog protector of Egypt, dog is the guardian. Throughout history, the dog has been the guardian of hell, as well as of ancient secrets, hidden treasures, and babies. Okay, so uh, the message that dogs are trying to give you is that you must delve deeply into the sense of service to others. Canines are genuinely service oriented animals and are devoted to their owners with a sense of loyalty that supersedes how they are treated. Okay, now we have to go to the contrary because in the contrary position, dog may be telling you that you have become critical or mean due to the company you are keeping. The reversal of this medicine could also imply that it is time to stop cowering with fear and time to begin to tackle the adversaries of your confidence. Now, they want me to read that again. The reversal of this medicine could also imply that it is time to stop cowering with fear and time to tackle the adversaries of your confidence. The key is to realize that these are not external enemies, but thought forms in your own mind which tell you that you are not worthy of loyalty, either to yourself or to others. You may want to examine the patterns of disloyalty in your life. Do you, for example, pass on gossip or not speak up when someone else is rumor mongering? Do you make jokes that belittle others? Do you refuse to return kindness? Now, I don't see that in you, SB. And these are characteristics of fear, and particularly of a fear that is common to the human two-legged family. The fear of not belonging or of not being approved of. Reclaim the power of loyalty to self and to self truths. Become like dog, be your own best friend. Now, there's some there's some in there that last part. So and that's just good medicine because there are times when self-doubt is you know and in a way that links with the last card reading in that the loyalty and the you got to have enough self-confidence and anyway. So all right, um regens next. Okay, I thought she did bat tool, but okay, if it's all right if she goes next. Oh wait, Lady Spitfire. Okay. um can you hang out and I'll do it right now, Lady Spitfire? Or do you gotta go? I think you're like right after that. There was Regen and Bat Tool, and I'm not sure where you came in, Mossy, but there were some other folks in front of you. I do remember that. If it's all right with you and everybody, then Lady Spitfire, can you stay? Yeah, you'll get one. Hang on. But there were other folks before you ever got here. Um, and it is about, unfortunately, first come, first serve. So, but anyway, uh, all right, Lady Spitfire. All right, so give me half a second. Close your eyes. Give me that 30 seconds of raise your hand kind of thing in the ether. It really does help me, I think. And thank you, all of y'all, to let her go next. If we can't have a little compassion between each other, then what else are we going to do in this universe? But anyway, I thank you all for that. Oh, by the way, since I'm going on with the next one, a backup card was Turkey. So you've got your book. Look up what Turkey was. It's the Turkey gives itself to help mankind and all that. It's the giveaway. So the dog as being faithful and loyal, and also with Turkey as the giveaway. I forgot that. Okay. So it'd be look up Turkey. That's a really good. It's a really good follow up to the dog. Okay, Spitfire. I ask you all to give me the ability to pick the right cards for these lovely people, and that the cards that I pick out of this shuffling madness, in the shuffling madness of the locomotive breath, runs the all-time loser headlong to his death. Oh, feels the piston scraping, steam breaking on his brow. Old Charlie stole the handle at the train that won't stop going, no way to slow down. Hey, hey, little Jethro Tull. Okay, now, Spitfire. Oh, let's see. There's a couple in here that. Mm, I got one card looking for the backup. Maybe. Maybe. And it's upside down? Okay. Guess what? Porcupine, which is supposedly my family's crest. And I looked at the porcupine card earlier, didn't say nothing, do nothing. But for me to have like noticed the porcupine card earlier and then pull the porcupine card now, it's just like, hmm. So it seemed like, for me, it seemed like porcupine is not just for you, Spitfire, but that it's also for everybody else. That's what it's conveying to me. Anyway, yeah, I know you can, SB, but also the turkey is the giveaway. Read that part. And, I didn't mean to skip over that with you. I honestly didn't, but I know the other people want cards and it's 2 a.m. So, and I'm slow at this. I've had a busy day, busy weekend. Oh, Lord, talking about Lord dying again. Let's see. Porcupine is number 12. And my family crest is on porcupine, the Null family, not the least side of the family. But porcupine is that basically, I am not going to mess with you, but if you mess with me, you're going to get stuck. Okay. So I did puppet shows with special story about porcupine and made a special porcupine puppet. But porcupine, and it is right side up. And so this is for you, Lady Spitfire. Innocence. Porcupine, remind me of innocence again. With every man a brother, every woman a friend. There's my other set pair of glasses. Okay, hold that better. The south of the medicine wheel is the place of childlike innocence and humility. It is the home of playfulness and the position of porcupine on the medicine wheel of life. Porcupine has many special qualities and a very powerful medicine, the power of faith and trust. Interesting. The power of faith contains within it the ability to move mountains. The power and trust in life ensures, I'm sorry, the power of life involves trusting that the Great Spirit has a divine plan. Your task is to find the pathway that is most beneficial for you, and that uses your greatest talents to further the plan. Your task is to find the pathway that is most beneficial for you and that uses your greatest talents to further that plan. Trust can open doorways to the creation of space. That's just an interesting statement. Trust can open doorways to the creation of space. Period. There's nothing after it. The space thus created allows others to open their hearts to you and to share their gifts of love, joy, and companionship. If you were to observe porcupine, you would immediately notice its quills. These quills are only used when trust has been broken between porcupine and another creature. Much like otter, porcupine is a gentle, loving creature and non aggressive. When fear is not present, it is possible to feed a porcupine by hand and never get stuck by its quills. Through understanding the basic nature of this animal, you may come to understand your own need for trust and faith and for becoming like a child again. In today's society, this is needed. This is a needed reminder to honor the wonder of life and the appreciation of each new day as an adventure of discovery. Now, this particular line and statement, not just for you, Spitfire, but also for all of us, in that this is a good message in that in today's society and appreciate and the appreciation of each new day as an adventure of discovery. Now, that's a good message for what's coming up for us in the future. We need to, with childlike, well, it's a new day. Well, look, there's an asteroid coming at me. Well, at least it's a pretty day. Well, I know that's a little overblown, but to the point. Porcupine sat silently looking at a hollow log, wondering if it was a playhouse that nature had created just for her. Porcupine envisioned all the things she could do with the log. She could climb on top and make the log roll from side to side. She could go inside and see if there were any juicy worms for her dinner. She could also scratch her back on the rough outer bark of this log if she wanted to. Just as Porcupine was pondering what to do next, she saw Bear approaching. Bear was big and black and looking for honey. Oh, another playmate to share my log, she thought. Hello, Bear, she cooed. Do you want to play and share my log with me? Gruff old Bear snorted. Porcupine, you don't know. Don't you know that I'm too old to play? You're in my way. I'm looking for honey, so go away. He was a black bear. Why, Bear, you've never played. You're never too old to play, she replied. You forget that what it was like to be a cub. You always be impatient and gruff as you are now. Well, Bear began to think about what Porcupine had said. Maybe she was right, he thought. All the other creatures had run away from Bear in fright. Even the other bears had turned up their noses when he growled at them. This little porcupine was certainly trusting him not to eat her. She even offered to be his friend. The old bear looked at Porcupine and began to feel something move inside him, like a BM. He started to remember the games that he had played as a cub. Joy started to live in Bear again. Little Porcupine, you have reminded me that in becoming strong and seeking answers, I got caught in trying to be an intellectual. I became afraid of what others would think of if I dropped my mask of gruffness. I was afraid that they wouldn't take me seriously, said Bear. You have taught me that in being a fuddy duddy, I was causing others not to care for me. Thank you. I'd love to play with this old log with you, Porcupine. And so it was that Bear became childlike again and learned the innocence of Porcupine. In choosing Porcupine card, you have given yourself a gentle reminder not to get caught in the chaos of the adult world where fear, greed, and suffering are commonplace. The medicine in this card is that of relief from seriousness and severity. Open your heart to those things that give you joy as a child. Remember the preciousness of fantasy and imagination and the making of some game or toy from nothing but scraps. Honor the playfulness of spirit that lets everyone win. Now, that's interesting right there now. But to that point, Um, now there was sort of a backup card and upside down, and I want to look to see if I got this right. It's number what? Okay, it seems to be you got a backup card, and it's snake upside down. So snake, come crawling. There's fire in your eyes. Bite me, excite me. I'll learn to realize. The poison transmuted brings eternal flame. Open me to heaven to heal me again. Now, snake medicine people are very rare. Their initiations involve experiencing and living through multiple snake bites. The power of snake medicine is the power of creation. for it embodies sexuality, psychic energy, alchemy, reproduction, and ascension or immortality. The transmutation of the life, death, rebirth cycle is exemplified by the shedding of the snake skin. Now, here's something that in Egypt and folks, and you listen to folks on, the ark, oh, the snake is this and that. Pay attention to this simple statement. The power of the snake medicine is in the power, oh, I'm sorry, the transmutation of the life, death, rebirth cycle is exemplified by the shedding of the snake skin. It ain't got nothing to do with the devil or this, that, and the other thing. Transmutation, okay? It's a snake. It develops. The skin comes off, and it's a rebirth. Okay, think about that. Anytime you start listening to some of these folks that talk about snake and Egypt, and just saying, it is the energy of wholeness of cosmic consciousness and the ability to experience anything willingly and without resistance. Power of snake, okay? It is the knowledge that all things are equal in creation. Ooh, not some devilish critter, okay? It is the knowledge that all things are equal in creation, then, and that those things which might be experienced as poison can be eaten, ingested, integrated, and transmuted if one has the proper state of mind. Now, that's just some continuously interesting stuff. Um, so, all of these things can be eaten, ingested, integrated, and transmuted if one has the proper state of mind. So, in other words, when you get bitten by the snake, the whole idea is, can you live through it? Is your power, is your will, the ability to fight off the poison? So, now, this medicine teaches you on a personal level that you are a universal being. Through accepting all aspects of your life, you can bring about transmutation of the fire medicine. This fire energy, when functioning on the material plane, creates passion, desire, procreation, and physical vitality. On the emotional plane, it becomes ambition, creation, resolution, and dreams. On the mental plane, it becomes intellect, power, charisma, and leadership. When the snake energy reaches the spiritual plane, it becomes wisdom, understanding, wholeness, and the connection to the Great Spirit. All right, but it's upside down. If you've chosen this symbol in the reverse, you may have chosen to mask your ability to change. Look at the idea that you may fear changing your present state of affairs because this may entail a short passage into discomfort. Does this discomfort keeping you from assuming the viewpoint of the magic within? Is the old pattern safe, reliable, and a rut? In order to glide beyond that place which has become safe but non productive, become snake. Release the outer skin of your present identity. Move through the dream-like illusion that has insisted on static continuity. Static continuity. In other words, you do the same damn thing day after day after day in the same way, static continuity. And that you find a new rhythm as your body glides across the sands of consciousness, like a river winding its way toward the great waters of the sea. Immerse yourself in that water and know that the single droplet which you represent is being accepted by the whole. Now, that's just great right there. I love it. Immerse yourself in that water of consciousness and know that a single droplet which you represent is being accepted by the whole. Welcome into the group, ladies and gentlemen. We are all feel snake's rhythm and you will dance freely, incorporating those transmuting forces of the universe. You will dance freely, incorporating those transmuting forces of the universe as a part of your sensual dance of power. Those transmuting forces of the universe. I always say, accept and receive the gifts from the universe, the transmuting forces of the universe. So, anyway, that goes, Lady Spitfire. That resonates big time. All right. So, so does that give a thumbs up? Okay. Thank you, everyone, for letting me do that for Miss Spitfire. Okay. It says lady, right? Anyway, so, but the transmuting of things too, for a lot of us, sometimes you just got to stop doing the same damn thing over and over again and just pick a different way to work or just do, anyway. So, um, now I'm really lost as to who was next. I just told my daughter earlier that I feel like I'm in a revolving door. Oh my God, really? Wow. Then that really does hit home, doesn't it? Wow. Yeah, a lot of people that think that Snake is like bad, bad, and that's just not true. I've told the story, and I think it bears a, because I can make it short. But the story about the brave, and you probably heard this before from other folks, but it fits in this here too as well. I think for you, in that the young brave, many stories, many different tribes tell this story slightly different, but brave goes up the mountain for his vision quest, and as he's nearing the top up there, it's getting colder, and there's a snake sitting on this rock, and the snake goes like, hey, help over here, right? And the brave's like, what do you want? And he goes, the snake says, well, I want you to carry me down the mountain. And the brave's like, yeah, sure, right. you know and he goes, no, 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 it would help me. And he goes, yeah, but you'll bite me. And the snake says, no, 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 you carry me down to the bottom. you know so the brave takes him down to the bottom of the hill where it's nice and warm, and as he's putting the snake down, the snake bites him. And and the young brave says, what did you do that for? And the snake looked at him and he said, because I'm a snake. Now this boy gets sick and dies. Now here's the thing: if you understand that there's more to this story than is normally told, because the snake was so grateful that this brave had brought him down the mountain, that by biting him, he invited him into the snake clan and made him a brother to the snake clan. So there is parts of stories that you hear about the snake. Well, he's a snake and he bit him. Yeah, but he bit him because he wanted to thank him. But most people think, well, because they don't understand the snake thing, right? And that it's bad, as Paul Harvey would say, and now the rest of the story. So, but anyway, so for those folks who might see snake or whatever, it's not always bad. In fact, I would say it's more very rarely not bad. Because if snake ain't bit you, then snake has, because snake knows if you're there. I'm just saying. Um, so anyway, let me take a hit, have a drink, take a puff off of smoke, and I can't remember who's next. All right, you too, Spitfire. Be safe and glad the cards make sense. And to all y'all that are listening and who get cards or who don't get cards, but if any of these messages resonate with you, please act on them in whatever way you see fit. If you see a warning or something, make a really good note of it in your head and pay attention um, for your own benefit. Because, and I say this with love to my friends up there and to all of you, none of this affects me. I mean, personally, I'm doing this for y'all. And I do it out of love and respect and honor. And I thank my folks up there and I thank all of you. But, honor not necessarily me, but honor the spirits if the message does resonate and try to do something about it. Don't just go, well, I know I really should. And the message really resonated. But the next day you just go, yeah, you know, I've done it myself. Look, so, and I'm not picking on anybody, but if the message comes to and resonates with you, help it out. And for some of it's going to be damned hard because Coyote keeps popping up. Okay, I'm looking. Whoever's supposed to be next, I'm slightly stoned and I forget. So whoever's in charge of who's next, you know, help me out. You're welcome, Michelle. And I have to say these things. It's kind of sort of like a EULA agreement. If you all are hanging out with me, then this is I'm here for this, and but if you take the trouble to go to the doctor to fix an ailment and you don't follow the doctor's orders and you get sick or you don't get better, you know. So, not that I'm the doctor, give me the news. I got a bad case of loving you, But anyway, so, um, let's keep going. Um, oh, David, Travis is next. Okay. Yeah, and Michelle, Robert V, on his show that one week, I said, I've been thinking about coyote, blah 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 blah. So I did a coyote thing, and he was talking about coyote. Anyway, he had purchased a coyote medicine book for me, and I didn't know it at the time. So I'm having all these visions of coyote stuff. And then the next day after that show, I go up to the mailbox and there's this book on coyote medicine. And I was like, what? So I haven't really had a chance to sit down and read it, but coyote's been showing up a bunch for other folks. But the fact that the subject of coyote keeps popping up is just like, that might not be my card, but somebody else saw a coyote. So the trickster is about, you know what I mean? The trickster is slinking and stealing, and the trickster is about. So somebody saw him or somebody else had a card, you know what I'm saying? The trickster is about. So anyway, um, Travis, uh, T minus two. Okay, all right. So give me 2 minutes. Let me take a sip and do a bowl. And then right after that, after the 20, raise your hand and I'll pull your cards. Okay. How about that? Thank you. Thank you all for participating and cooperating. You know, there have been times when people have gotten really antsy, like, you should do me next because I've been waiting a long time. Yeah, okay. And I've been here for the last 4 hours. Sorry, but, you know, but hurry up for me. I'm so glad y'all ain't like that, really, because it ain't worth it in the grand scheme of things. And for some folks, if you've got to wait a minute, that might be your test in the universe. Well, I got to have this right. I got to be, yeah, that might be your test. Patience. Porcupine. Down in the meadow, in a itty bitty pool, swam three little fishes and the mommy fishy too. Mommy fishy said, swim if you can. Then they swam and they swam all over that dam. A boom, boom, did a man a water, chew. A boom, boom, did a man a water, chew. A boom, boom, did a man a water, chew. Then they swam and they swam all over that dam. Mama said the little fishy. I can't remember the rest. Absolutely, Regen. Respectful kindness goes a long, 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 long. It, in my age at 69 and at 8, going on a quarter, or maybe a quarter now. 3 months is a quarter, right? 369. Yeah, okay. 69 and a quarter. That kindness, I ain't gonna give no stories, but um years later, people go, man, I'm so appreciate the way you were. Man, I'm so glad, like what? You still remember after and what? Oh, well, wow. It if people actually really understood what their power of influence simply by just being a good person is. I mean, that simple power of just being a good person, you know and confident and helpful and just a good person. That in the long run, how much absolute power that has. So think of a teacher who's a really good, like for me, Sister Aline, you've heard me talk about her. You know, think of the influence Sister Aline had on me and the fact that I can still kind of channel her in a way and say, she's still teaching. She's still having an effect on me. And through me, it's having an effect on the rest of the whatever populace is listening kind of thing, right? So the fact that she has passed on doesn't mean she's dead and gone. You know what I mean? So as long as I speak of her, her memory lives on. And Kathy was on earlier and talking about that we lost 11 of our senior class in the last recent year since our last class reunion. But I think we had 165 or 70 classmates. So the fact that we lost 11 and this has been like 50 years or something, uh, reunion. So the fact that only 11 people of our class died, which is still a shame, but that ain't a bad average. I'm just saying, overall, with all of us pushing 70, Um, but our intent, our energy, how we look at things, but just being a good person, how much influence that simple act is over the long run. You've heard me talk about my granny Raleigh, Miss Mary. Just by being this little old roly poly, granny lady who liked to go fishing in ponds and who liked, and kindness. She glowed before she passed. She literally glowed. It was amazing. Cheers, everybody. And I promised uh, it's Travis, it's your turn, right? Oh, wow. Whatever's in that bag, that koala cranky stuff. Ooh, it tastes dusty. It's been sealed, but it tastes dusty. Wow. Yuck. I'm gonna try another hit. Yuck. But let me fire this up one more time. And then I'll pull your card. All right, y'all. This one is for Travis DeBrick. The brick is from the brick yard. I've been moving a lot of brick, honestly, in my own yard that I took from old tobacco barns and stuff over the years from when I repurposed the old tobacco barn wood. But anyway, some of them old brick are cool, boy. Yeah, grew up. Yeah, growing up around Tampa, North Tampa, and then my granny moved out towards out. It's called Wesley Chapel now, but it was just sticks outside of between the interstate and Zephyr Hills, there in Florida. Um, Highway 54. Now you can't even recognize it, but anyway, whatever this is that I'm smoking now from out of that thing, I it don't put too much flame on it. Like there's certain hashes or whatever, you just light the corner, right? This is whatever this is you don't fire it up. What's up, Doug? Now that's different. How you smoke it makes a difference. Yeah, how about that? I collected bricks as they're cool in all different shapes and size. Yeah, and weights. Yes, one of the things I learned years ago, I worked with a guy who restored. Well, he's probably dead by now, but because he was several years older than me, but he restored some of the old Victorian homes down here in Thomasville, and I've worked on some of them too. And some of these people, they like if a door hinge breaks or something, they will go to the point of having that door hinge melted down and made that they make a pattern out of it, and they will actually use the metal that was broken and recast it. Now this costs thousands of dollars for a doorknob or a hinge or something. But these folks have got the money and they want it to be original. So and none of this other stuff works. So anyway, if they got the money, but anyway, and around some of these houses down there, they wanted to replace them with brick, and new brick don't work. So we found out over the years of study and replacing some of these things, walkways and in front of the houses, you get a different color brick. But that they, and around here on the Ochlockonee River, there are great big patches of where they've dug out entire lake size things, taking the sand out because they had a brick company in Thomasville. They also had a smaller brick company in Cairo, you know, 20 on the other side of the river, right? And interestingly enough, most of the sand pits are on the other side of the river, which must have made it hard for the Thomasville Brick Company. But in that, back in the day, is that the brick was so heavy to move from town to town, it was just easier for them to have each small town had their own brick company. So that each town, every county or whatever, because it was wagons and horses and mud and, nasty. And so the bricks were made in that particular town. So you couldn't just buy any brick to match some of these things. And they would pay as much as $50 for a brick if it matched. And I have a whole bunch of them, but I can't find anybody that wants to buy them. But I'm using them for my patio and the outside of my porch out there. So, but anyway, I got a bunch of old brick from different places. Okay, enough of that. Travis, I've been kind of sort of waiting on you, so I'm down to the. Thanks for the wait, y'all. I don't mean to be so slow, but sometimes I'm a lot slower than others. It's been one of them kind of last couple of days of just not really going fast, but still going. Kind of sort of like turtle, pick the speed, you know. The fact that I'm still awake and doing this is like, cheers. I love doing it. I do. Okay, guys, this is for Travis. I know sometimes there's a girl up there. Okay. When I'm doing this right now, I have this strange feeling I was a gypsy in a previous life, and I used to tell fortunes. I used to tell fortunes in this life, but previously, I could hold somebody's hand, or they would give me something that belonged to them, something personal, and I would just, tell them something and start talking, and it'd go, "How'd you know that?" This one lady, she goes, "Did my husband hire you to spy on me?" And I was like, "No." You got a husband? I was trying to pick her up. But anyway, um, so I used to do this thing in bars that, within 5 minutes, I could tell you something about yourself. Uh, and I didn't know how I did it, but I would get it so dead on it. There were some ladies, because I was mostly, that's what I was doing it for. But I was so close. I've been slapped several times. Like, how'd you know that? You asked me to read your palm, and here it is. But anyway, okay, you want that card? Okay, we can have it. Interesting. Now, I've shuffled these cards several times, and they just want me to flip a card. It's Beaver. Now, it's not a primary card, but it's a continuation of the builder and the working together. Beaver. Okay. It's a reminder. Uh, they asked me to flip this card up. It's Coyote. Okay. Beaver. And all right, but the card they want me to focus on is Spider. Now I'm just flipping through these cards. They're upside down. And so and the dog showed up again too. By the way. So, and I've shuffled these really well, but they've asked me to flip certain cards over as I've been going through the deck face down, and every one of them has been a card that's been pulled tonight. And I've shuffled them really well and turned them upside down and that kind of thing. So, um, they should have not been in any kind of order, but they kind of fell in an order. There's porcupine again too, but the main critter in this is spider, right side up. Okay, but all these other cards that they just had me flip as I was going through them, or just tell me that of everything we've been talking about is valid for you. All right, that's what it means, and it's valid for all of us too, in a way. But spider is the one. And number 43. Okay, so this is for you. Uh, number 43. Uh, weaving. And it's right side up too, in the positive side. Spider, weaving webs of delight. Weave me a peaceful world, carrying creation in your web, waiting to be unfurled. Interesting. Spider wove the web that brought humans the first picture of the alphabet. The letters were part of the angles of her web. Deer asked Spider what she was weaving and why. And while the lines looked like symbols, Spider replied, "Why, dear, it is time for Earth's children to learn to make records of their progress in their Earth walk." Deer answered Spider, but they already have pictures that show through symbols the stories of their experiences. Yes, replied Spider, but Earth's children are growing more complex, and their future generations will need to know more. The ones to come won't remember how to read the petroglyphs. So it was that Spider wove the first primordial alphabet, as she had woven the dream, I'm sorry, woven the dream of the world that had become manifest. Spider's dream of the physical world had come to fruition millions of years before. Spider's body is made like the number 8, consisting of two lobe-like parts connected at the waist and 8 legs. Spider is the symbol of the infinite possibilities of creation. Spider is the symbol for the infinite possibilities of creation. Don't forget that. Her 8 legs represent the 4 winds of change and the 4 directions on the medicine wheel. 8. Spider weaves the webs of fate for those who get caught in her web and become her dinner. This is similar to humans that get caught in the web of illusion in the physical world and never see beyond the horizon into other dimensions. The web of fate also represents the wheel of life, which does not include any alternatives or solutions. It is typically human to get caught in the polarity of good or bad fortune without realizing that we can change it at any time. They want me to read that again. It is typically human to get caught in the polarity of good or bad fortune without realizing that we can change it at any time. If we are not decisive enough about changing our lots in life, we may end up being consumed by our fears and our limitations. Spider is the female energy of the creative force that weaves the beautiful designs of life. Her web has hundreds of intricate patterns which catch the morning dew. If Spider has dropped from her web into your cards today, she may be telling you to create, 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 create. Look for new alternatives to your present impasse if you have one. She can also be warning you that you are coming too close to an entangled situation. Spider could be asking you to use a journal to write out and review your progress on your spirit journey. If you do this, you will not forget how you are creating a new or different phase in your life. Spirit journey, however you want to look at it. Spider brings a message of a different kind when she sees you become a bit too involved in the weaving of your life. In the case, Spider gets your attention so that you notice that something you have woven has proven fruit. Congratulations, Spider caught you just in time, before you missed the opportunity on the edge of your web, or the edge of your web. or the edge of your reality. So something that may seem far fetched actually maybe come to make sense or something. So out on the edge of the web, remember that, there might be a really juicy fly or something out there. The most important message from Spider is that you are an infinite being who will continue to weave the patterns of life and living throughout time. I have got to read this over again. The most important message from Spider is that you are an infinite being who will continue to weave the patterns of life and living throughout time. Do not fail to see the expansiveness of the eternal plan. Now, the eternal plan was brought up earlier in some of the other cards. Interesting. 240 is 420. Yep. Is that what time it is? 240. I'm good. Yep. So, Travis, that was for you. Beaver, builder, coyote, mischief, spider, manifestation of good. So that makes sense to you? Okay. Spider seems to be like, but and reading this, the most important message from Spider is that you are an infinite being who will continue to weave patterns of life and living throughout time. Do not fail to see the expansiveness of the eternal plan. So that, I mean, I'm it, moment of the past that I was not present for. You're welcome, Travis. Okay, so it's a 242 situation. I'm going to take a couple of drags off a cigarette. Um, I still got energy for somebody else. I know there's somebody else in line. Okay. So I'm sorry I'm so slow this morning, honestly. But, I'm here. We do the best we can. If I hadn't done that 2 hours earlier on the cell phone, I, would have been better off. 2 for 2, is that 2 hours for whatever? What? Mossy Man's next. Okay, Mossy, California. I'm got a damn Beach Boys song in my head. You're raised in a house that was 100 years old. I have. I lived in a house that was 100 years old, but not raised in one. But do we have to pick numbers 1, 2, and 3? Oh, Mossy Man is next. Okay. Man, I just like who's next, and then anyway. Okay, hang on. All right, Mossy Man. Um, taking my drags and shuffling cards. Now I have really, honestly, I shuffled the cards. Here's the thing: I never look at them. So, and you can't see this, but here, let me put this down a little bit further. Maybe you can see my hands. So, when I do not look at them, so I feel from the underside, usually with these two fingers here, and I will scan my fingers on the underside of the card, and then it'll say, okay, stop, like right now. So on that one, I picked the swan. Now, since I'm thinking of you, I'm kind of wondering, is this your card? And I go, yeah. So, okay, Mossy Man, swan. Um, because a lot of times I've often wondered, why do I even shuffle them? And sometimes it's because some cards need to be turned upside down or not. That's because I will take the deck and split it in half like this, And when I do, I take this side and turn it. So now whatever was right side up is now upside down. So if it's meant to be in the cards, that's how I do it. And then I shuffle them doing the this way, right? So anyway, but the interesting thing that I thought over time is that if the message is out there, do I need to shuffle them at all? What number is the swan? 39. But it's the fact that I run them over my fingers like this, and whatever they'll say. Well, I'm there are times when I've learned that, like now I've got this card, which is the fox upside down, and I'll look to its next card beside it, and sometimes it makes no sense. But so Swan was one, and but they're saying Fox is the main one. So here's your reading. I'm working on it, right? I got them. But as far as I'm concerned, I could literally just take this book with them and flip through it, and whatever page I opened up, that could be your card. So why do I go through this process? I don't know. It just feels right. That's all I know. I can't explain it, but it seems to be working. So I ain't changing nothing at the moment, you know. But anyway, Swan is number 39, and it was straight up. So, and that was the card, by the way, that just kind of popped out at me. All right. But Fox card was like, no, me. All right. But anyway, I'm learning and to discern those minor differences in the feel of the card and so forth. Anyway, and I'm relying on them folks to help me with they're my connection to you. Okay, they make sure they're like, yeah, it's that one over there. Okay, two eights, a king, a six. But now think of the swan. As before we go into the reading this, just think of the story of the ugly duckling. Okay, that's what Swan teaches, you know. But anyway, so um, Fox upside down, number 25, and Fox has appeared a few times, and camouflage. Yeah, I couldn't remember. Now, Fox is just good at camouflage. I mean, and they can get into a hen house when you think you got it right. Because I've seen them do it. I've shot them in the butt with my bow and arrow on the run. Don't ask me how I did it, but anyway. Fox, where are you? Becoming the forest so I can learn? Are you watching, invisible to me, trying to teach me to become a tree? Fox's camouflage. The wily fox has many allies in the woodlands, including the foliage, which offers protection, and I need my other set of glasses, which offers protection and much medicine. Fox is seemingly able to vanish amidst the lush undergrowth of the forest. This flora is Fox's ally. The ability to meld into one's surroundings and to be unnoticed is a powerful gift when one is observing the activities of others. Another natural gift of Fox is the ability to adapt to winter by changing color, like the chameleon. Now, what have I said earlier on about as this thing? We're going to have to learn how to adapt. It's just interesting that it comes up. Its rich white winter coat allows Fox to blend into the snow. When the leaves no longer linger, Fox medicine involves adaptability, cunning, observation, integration, and swiftness of thought and action. These traits may also include quick decisiveness and sure footedness in the physical world. Fox's ability to be unseen allows it to be the protector of the family unit. If danger arises, Fox's Johnny on the Spot. Great Spirit in the Choctaw language honors Fox with the duty of keeping the family together and safe. This is accomplished through Fox's ability to observe undetected without making others self conscious. Fox is always concerned with the safety of family members and is an excellent talisman for those traveling far afield. Now, it's upside down, so I'm going to flip to the upside down. There's a lot more about Fox, but I'm skipping to the upside down. Watch out for Wily Fox if this card appeared reversed. Someone may be watching you and trying to figure out your next move. If you look deeper, however, it may be that you are watching yourself to prove to yourself that you exist. If you have become a wallflower to the point of disappearing, you may need to decide that you are worth noticing. Contrary Fox is as foolish as it is cunning, and you may have fooled yourself into believing that your low self esteem is due to your being born plain or having an ordinary life. This is camouflage on a different sort, in that you have camouflaged your true desire to experience life with friends. To experience life with friends, with joy, and with purpose. In any case, you are put on notice to beware of apathy and self induced boredom. They want me to read this again. It's a short sentence. In any case, you are put on notice to be aware of apathy and self induced boredom. You may have to dig deeply to find what excites you enough to scurry across the wasteland of your dulled senses and live. Contrary Fox may also be telling you that you have become too visible. In climbing to a place of recognition, oftentimes the envy or jealousness of others is thrown in your face. If you are feeling attacked, withdraw. It may be time to assume the attitude of the hermit and deck yourself in the cloak of invisibility. To right Contrary Fox in this situation, call on Armadillo and name your boundaries. Then call on the family's protector to show you the art of camouflage. Once out of line of the attack, you can resume the role of being your foxy self. Become Fox and feel the joy of knowing the playground of your life. You may just find the chicken coop full of intriguing morsels of delight. So that's Fox. So the two main is that, you have become too apathetic, or that you may have become too visible, and that, the art of camouflage is you may need to, pay attention. So, but was the main one. And Swan, number 39, right side up, is towards the back. Grouse. There's some of these cards in here I don't think I've ever pulled. If I have, it's only been like one. Uh, Very interesting for me. Grouse. I'm sorry. Swan is grace. So Fox is telling you to watch out for, apathy. Swan, the power of woman entering sacred space, touching future, yet to come, bringing eternal grace. Little Swan flew through the dream time, looking for the future. She rested for a moment in the coolness of the pond, looking for a way to find the entry point to the future. This was a moment of confusion for Swan, as she knew she had happened into the dream time by accident. This was her first time alone, and she was a bit concerned by the Dreamtime landscape. As Swan looked high above Sacred Mountain, she saw the biggest swirling black hole she had ever seen. Dragonfly came flying by, and Swan stopped him to ask him about the black hole. Dragonfly said, Swan, that is the doorway to the other planes of imagination. I have been guardian of the illusion for many, many, many moons. If you want to enter there, you would have to ask permission and earn the right. Swan was not so sure that she wanted to enter that black hole. She asked Dragonfly what was necessary for her to earn an entry. Dragonfly replied, You must be willing to accept whatever the future holds as it's presented without trying to change Great Spirit's plan. Swan looked at her ugly little duckling body and then answered, I will be happy to abide by Great Spirit's plan. I won't fight the currents of the black hole. I will surrender to the flow of the spiral and trust what I am shown. Dragonfly was very happy with Swan's answer and began to spin the magic to break the pond's illusion. Suddenly, Swan was engulfed by a whirlpool in the center of the pond. Swan reappeared, but many days later. But now she was graceful and white and long necked. Dragonfly was stunned. Swan, what happened to you? He exclaimed. Swan smiled and said, Dragonfly, I learned to surrender my body to the power of the Great Spirit and was taken to where the future lives. I saw many wonders high on Sacred Mountain, and because of my faith and my acceptance, I have been changed. I have learned to accept the state of grace. Dragonfly was very happy for Swan. Swan told Dragonfly many of the wonders beyond the illusion. Through her healing and her accepting of the state of grace, she was given the right to enter the dream time. And so it was that we learned to surrender to the grace of the rhythm of the universe. And we slip from our physical bodies into the dream time. Swan medicine teaches us to be at one with all planes of consciousness and to trust in Great Spirit's protection. Now, they want me to read that again. And so it is that we learn to surrender to the grace of the rhythm of the universe and slip from our physical bodies into the dream time. Swan medicine teaches us to be one, to be at one with all planes of consciousness and to trust in Great Spirit's protection. If you pull the swan, it ushers in a time of altered states of awareness and development of your intuitive abilities. Swan medicine people have the ability to see the future, to surrender to the power of the Great Spirit, and to accept the healing and transformation in their lives. Now, doesn't that sound like part of my prayer? The Swan card is telling you to accept your ability to know what lies ahead. If you are resisting your self transformation, relax. It will be easier to go with the flow. Stop denying you know who is calling when the phone rings. Pay attention to your hunches and your gut knowledge and honor your female intuitive side. Now, earlier I was talking about my own intuition and things and how I was a klutz all the time. And I started getting these little messages of don't put that there, it'll break or something anyway. But that's your hunches and your gut knowledge. But Swan, the grace. That's an interesting, very interesting, but powerful medicine right there. Mossy man, Fox, camouflage, and maybe being seen too much, or maybe you're too camouflaged. So listen to the rhythm of the talking of the falling rain. Yes, listen to the rhythm of the falling rain. Na, 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 na. Yep. Listen to the rhythm of the falling rain. Da, 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 da. Yep. So, okay. Um, I've lost place with who's next. So it's 3 a.m. Uh, on 12/6 of 2021. Tomorrow is on Tuesday is December 7th, my Aunt Shirley's birthday, and also the Pearl Harbor Day. So anyway, they have used dark magic on that particular day. So, be I don't know. They do weird things at strange times. Steve, huh? Okay. Thank you, David. I appreciate you filling in because Barry said earlier that he didn't have any sound. And so thanks for filling in. Okay, Steve, raise your hand. I'm getting my connections going here. Flippity flippy. Now, sometimes I can't stop shuffling. They want me to like keep going. And I'm like, well, okay. And then there are other times that I shuffle them once and that's that. Sometimes I don't even need to shuffle them. They go like, here's a card, and it'll literally pop out at me. Now, just as a note, as the bottom card, I try not to look at the cards, but otters popped up several times. Just saying. Yeah, American Bandstand. Yeah. And Soul Train. And I'm just splitting the cards to shuffle them. There's the coyote again. Just interesting. Trying to shuffle them into the cards. Yeah, Soul Train. Dick Clark, that's who I was trying to think of. American Bandstand. Was that Dick Clark, American Bandstand? I think it was. I know there was somebody else also, but Dick Clark is the one that sticks in my mind. Okay, so all right, Steve, since you're listening to the rhythm of the falling rain, let's see if any water shows up in your cards. Any aquatic, you know, whatever's. That's interesting. Sometimes the cards are so hard. Yeah, Dick Clark, yeah. I pulled the weasel card earlier. It kind of showed up again as just a okay. I thought there was another card, but I think the weasel just popped up to say, "Hey, remember me? I'm part of the cards will pop out and it'll kind of reinforce the basic whatever line of thought is going on. Number 44, hummingbird. And I'm not sure, but hawk might be a backup. I'm not sure about the hawk card, but I am positive about the hummingbird. So anyway, let's start with the hummingbird. Um, And I think hummingbird is joy. I'm pretty sure. See if I'm right. Yep, hummingbird is joy. And it was right side up. Hummingbird, joyful little sister, nectar you crave. All the sweetness of the flowers is the love you gave. Hummingbird is associated with the ghost shirt religion, which taught that a certain dance done properly would bring about the return of the animals, and that white people would disappear. It's also, some of them call it the ghost dance too, but anyway, the ghost shirt religion. Once again, the original people would know the joy of the old ways. In Mayan teachings, hummingbird is connected to the black sun and the fifth world. Hummingbird can give us the medicine to solve the riddle of the contradiction of duality. That's a heavy sentence right there. They want me to read it again. Hummingbird can give us the medicine to solve the riddle of the contradiction of duality. The song of hummingbird awakens the medicine flowers. Hummer sings a vibration of pure joy. Flowers love hummingbird because nectar sucking brings about the reproduction of their families. The plants flower and live because of hummingbird. Hummingbird can fly in any direction, up, down, backwards, and forwards. Hummingbird can also hover in one spot and appear to be motionless. Great Spirit created hummingbird to be slightly different from all the other feathered creatures. Because of their magical abilities and qualities, hummingbird feathers have been used for a millennium in the making of love charms. It is said that hummingbird conjures love as no other medicine does, and that hummingbird feathers open the heart. Without an open heart and loving heart, you can never taste the nectar and pure bliss of life. To brother and sister hummingbird, life is a wonderland of delight, darting from one beautiful flower to another, tasting the essences and radiating the colors. If hummingbird is your personal medicine, you love life and its joys. Your presence brings joy to others. You join people together in relationships which bring out the best in them. You know instinctively where beauty abides and near or far. You journey to your ideal. You move comfortably within a beautiful environment and help others to taste the succulent nectar of life. Hummingbird holds the bow of beauty, which is delicately inlaid with gold and silver flowers, pearls, and precious jewels. Hummingbird disdains ugliness or harshness and quickly flies away from any discord or disharmony. They want me to read this part again. Hummingbird disdains ugliness or harshness, ugliness in of spirit, okay, and quickly flies away from any discord or disharmony. And so, if this card it means anything, Hummingbird may. This is my 10 cents. Hummingbird may be telling you, uh, that maybe you should fly away from circumstances. If Hummingbird has flown into your cards, get ready to laugh musically and enjoy Creator's many gifts. There's Creator's gifts again. Drop your judgmental attitude and relax. Hummingbird will no doubt give you a flash of spirit, darting here and there and everywhere. Get ready for a strange new burst of energy, which may send your senses reeling. Hummingbird hears celestial music and is in harmony with it. Hummingbird may invite you to an art museum or a concert. Hummingbird energetically embraces the higher aesthetics. Never be coarse in front of Hummingbird, for this is a fragile medicine which may have no understanding of worldly affairs. Beauty is the target, and Hummingbird's message is to spread joy or to be destroyed. Hummingbird quickly dies if caged, caught, or imprisoned. Follow Sister Hummingbird, and you will soon be filled with the paroxysms of joy and experience a renewal of the magic of living. So that's for you. Now, a backup, I'm going to look at it, is Hawk. I'm a 50-50 on this card, but it's number two in the things. And Hawk is the messenger. So they do want me to read part of this. Hawk, messenger of the sky, circle my dreams and teach me the message as we fly. Now, one is that both birds, but hummingbird is delight. Hawk is the messenger. And so, with hummingbird as being delight, the messenger of joy, is that so hard to stretch? Hawk is akin to Mercury, the messenger of the gods. Hawk medicine teaches you to be observant, to look at your surroundings. Observe the obvious in everything that you do. Life is sending you signals. Life is the initiation. Now, this is important for all of us. Life is the initiation. What does that mean? Well, why are we here? Because it's our initiation into the next life. What? Yeah, why are we here? To learn in this one to get to the next one. Life is the initiation. If you've pulled the Hawk card, then right now a clue about the magic of life is being brought to you. The joy of life, the magic of life, yeah, they're connected as far as pulling the cards. This magic can imbue you with the power to overcome a currently stressful or difficult situation. The test is your ability to observe the nuances of power lurking nearby. Is the power the talent you have and are not using? Are solutions always hard to find because you have lost the broader vision of Hawk? Or is the Great Spirit displaying a gift that you need only to receive? Have the colors of the morning inspired you to create? Now, hummingbird, joy, spread the joy. Here's messenger. Anyway, or has the gloominess of a present situation left you earthbound, unable to hear the voice within the raindrops splashing on your windshield? Listen to the rhythm of the pouring rain. Who put that in there? What is called for here, wait, pay attention. You are only as powerful as your capacity, excuse me, you are only as powerful as your capacity to perceive, receive, and use your abilities. What is called for here is an intuitive ability to discern the message carried within the cry of Hawk. The shrillness of Hawk's call pierces the state of unawareness and asks you to seek the truth. Now, there's more about Hawk, but the connection with Hummingbird, which was the primary one, is Hawk is the messenger of joy and seek it. Be happy with life. Um, and if you pulled the Hawk card, then right now a clue about the magic of life is being brought to you. Observe and pay attention. And joy is the key. So, anyway, how about that one? Yeah, yeah. So that Hawk card did fall right in there. I'm glad I kept it. It means a lot. It adds a lot to the meaning of the first card, right? Well, I just put the book on my lap and it's vibrating. The book is vibrating on my lap. Whoa, that's a strange feeling. Wow, that's weird. Anyway, so 311. Yeah, we're coming. Okay, I'm gonna take a break long enough for 5 minutes and put something else in this bowl because I don't like what the last one was. Um, and I'll do a 20 break and then somebody else is up, I'm sure. I also need to find a long sleeve shirt. It's getting cool in here. So 5 minute break, y'all. I ain't going nowhere. I just need to put the book down and shift positions and change what I stuck in this bowl because I do. Ooh, yuck. Maybe that's why I left it in that plastic bag. I didn't really like it. Like, what? Oh, yeah, this is what they got out in California and stuff. And this is like the bomb. Well, no offense, but whatever I have right now is a whole lot better than what this is, whatever that means. I never ask where, when my time comes, anything about it or whatever. Nope, don't want to know. Thank you. Now there are names like, this kind of Kush or OBG or something, blah blah blah, and it's like, uh, so Steve, how, um, you're going wow, so it must have affected you some way. They sounded like good cars to me, not knowing you, but spreading the joy and but also with Hawk, it's always to be observant. I'm Hawkeye Two Feathers, but with that, I got my name because I was observant for many years. On the carnival, if somebody lost something. There were times I found stuff. I have no idea. I just kind of wandered around. I've talked about finding feathers and deer antlers and stuff like that. And I just listened to my inner voice and I go, it's like this way. Nah, it's over here. Okay. And I have found all kinds of stuff in dense woods, under cars, in the gutter on the street. I found a $12,000 ring. I mean, just the things that I have, found and noticed and observed over the years have like really meant something. Not just to me personally, but to other people that I found their stuff. Oh, that was yummy. Not Java Kush. No bueno. What was the name of it? Yeah, Guava Kush. Guava Kush. Yeah. Uh Not to me. No, not considering my other choices that I have. But yeah, I do have some sativa actually down here. Um, I have for many, 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 many years now. I quit counting. A certain portion of my monthly check, uh, because I don't do a lot of other stuff. You know, I get my weed, and I have been very fortunate in that I've had a variety. Now, it's not in the same month or anything, but over the years. And so, what has happened is, some of it's so good. I don't smoke that quantity in a month, right? So I got a little left over, and I got a little of this left over, and I got some of that left over, and I have acquired quite a few little leftovers, you know. So I got 7 different flavors, right now, little bits and pieces of stuff, and actually, I said sativa. This is sapphire. Actually, I do think I have like a bowl or two left of some sativa, but it's in another location. But anyway, yeah, just small quantities. And so for whatever's left over at the end of the month, it gets rolled. I've always felt my job is, yeah. See, Steve, that's why we're here. I mean, for me, I'm here to share this. And if it makes sense to you, and if it does, then see, That means I'm doing my job, and you're doing it all works out. It over the years of doing this and y'all meeting and us meeting and all that kind of stuff, the synchronicities are just like almost too weird at times. It's like, what? Yeah, here we are. And the message that comes out. And for me, when I'm sitting in here kind of meditating on things, like, well, what's a good topic for tonight? Well, I'm going to do a different video and discuss more about future events and how we may, stay out of their way so our future can become the future and not theirs. And, as a watchman, I'm going to be keeping an eye on stuff. Hey, SD, how you do? And Guy and Alex, were you here before and I missed you? I was really focusing on the cards and reading. So if I missed you and you've been in here for a while, uh, was thinking of that nutty bean flavor like coffee. This tasted like dirt. Okay, let me tell you, this tasted like Mexican dirt weed. You know, uh, not at all flavorful, and it tasted like dirt. Both cards help understand my good. Absolutely. See, I'm proud that the spirits give me the right information. Um, when I get done doing this stuff, I know some people go, wow, I did a really good job. And look at all the, now I have done that, but I've been like so tired. Me and Barry will talk about it and say, how many card readings did I do? Wow. And how many people got something from it? Wow. It's astounding to me. I'm sitting here filling my bowl. I'm 2 minutes late. He's been here a while. Uh, I'm sorry. Stoned and I missed it. Stoned and I missed it. Stoned and it rolled right by. Stoned and I missed it. Stoned and I missed it. Stoned. Oh be oh my. And yeah, I'm a little high at the moment, but not quite stoned. I'm not slurring my words too badly at the moment, so I must be on the verge of it. But anyway, Alex has been here a while. Okay, I'm sorry, Alex. I thought I saw you. I think I just spaced out for a minute, but you know how that goes. Maybe with a name like Ganja, you better know how I'm feeling. Woo woo. Yep, it's 323, and good time as any. Because I was a few minutes short, and I forgot who's next. If somebody said, by the way. But I'm glad that I feel honored that I pull cards that mean something to y'all. I mean, I really do. There have been a couple of times where I'll just close my eyes after the fact, like when I log off, I'll just close my eyes and certain cards will come in and the person attached to that at the time. And it's strange. They're weird feelings that just seem to wash over me for maybe a minute. And in that connection, and there are times not necessarily bad where it just kind of like it makes me shiver spiritually and physically sometimes. So it's it's been it's been an interesting. You think Michelle is next? Okay, Steve. Oh, this is much better. Oh, yum, yum, yum. Ooh, good choice, Dave. I forgot what it was, but it's a good choice. got three or four little, little pieces in it. I, I picked one up and put it in here. Whatever choice I made is really good. Ooh, we. Are we having fun yet? Are we having fun yet? Now see, that's one of the other things that, Steve, these things, you're next. Okay, Michelle, give me a minute. You really need this? Okie doke. Um, straight to the brain. Yes, it did. And nice, sweet, like smell it in your nose, kind of. Oh, yummy, yummy. Nom, 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 nom. Where I spit out that other one as being dusty. I'm connected. I'm doing the card thing right here. So let me take another one or two of these and take a drink of coffee. Oh, by the way, let's all say thank you, Bob. We love you. Thank you for the connection with the cell phone thingy, and thank you for 3 hours of connection now. So thank you, Bob, and to the AI, and to YouTube and them folks. As much as there are restrictions and stuff, I think people overdo it and demand their right. And YouTube is a private corporation, and they can do what the muck they want to. So can Google or anybody else. So all these people who bitch about our free rights, okay. But if it ain't a public platform and it's a private corporation, then we are subject to rules and regulations. And people just honestly, as much as they want to bitch about their freedom and their right to speak and whatever, okay. I'm not saying that other folks should, but I'm sorry, you use their platform, you go by their rules, and that's that. But my American right, I'm sorry, I agree with you, but there are rules, period. And if you agree to them, whatever they say, for whatever reason they say it, it's their rules. And that's just one thing. Like saying thank you to Bob and everybody. It's like rather than them YouTube and they're censoring my and they're bitch, and then their channel disappears or they get put on and I go, well, you kind of asked for it. No offense, I love you, but you kind of asked for it, so it's okay. I'm pleased and proud and so forth that I've had these many years of connections and that however many 5 and 6 and 7 hour programs I've done with an occasional 8, that they still have the hard drive space to have the videos. I mean, hey, but I'm going to complain? No, just saying. I'm thinking, Michelle, hang in there. And by the way, Michelle, the spirits are telling me that you and I should just have a conversation sometime. But anyway, uh, throwing that out there. This is so yummy. This is so yummy. Okay, one more. Wee doggies, as he would say. Uncle Jed. The Beverly Hillbillies. Excuse me. Woo, that's a good one there, boy. Let me tell you what. Huh? I'm glad for you to see me. Whoa, that was a good one. I know I've talked about this before, and I'm shuffling cards, Michelle. I have not forgot you. But if you ever get a chance to watch the Little Rascals, the old Little Rascals, way back in the day, when they do this one where there's the um, the wild man from Borneo. Yeah, and now that I got a cell phone, we could text or whatever. But yeah, the spirits have been banging on the back of my head. So call me or send me a message. I'll let you know what my cell phone is or whatever. Well, email or whatever. But um, I may have answers, and the creator might have answers through me, but I can't answer them because I don't have enough information. Okay. And there's certain pieces of information that are missing in my head, and only you can fill them. Okay. There's that. And so sometimes doing cards, it's great, but sometimes the cards can be ambiguous. And you go, well, what does that mean? Well, that's really positive. Yeah. Like Little Rascals is a sink. Yeah. But so anyway, it's up to you, sweetie. All right. I will help as because that's my job, and I love my job. I do. And having a chat with me may be one of your hurdles. Okay, because that particular not followed through on can affect other things. That means that there's like an upside down beaver. Um, that you can, cloud up, clog up the holes. Because the message has kind of sort of been a little ambiguous, a little bit in tonight's cards for everybody. But that um, staying clear headed and having grace, trusting, as whatever the Great Spirit says, and you go, oh, like Swan, and you go, okay. And it's tough to do. Let me tell you, it is tough to do. Many times over, it is tough to do. But sometimes, you got to wade to, hip deep of shit to get out of it. You know, you don't just stand in the middle of the shit. You find which is the closest direction to the bank and you get out of it. And you're still going to have to wade and shit, but you if you just stand in one location. Now this is not just about you, Michelle, but and not saying this is even meant for you, but in that if you stand in one place too long, if you're standing in the shit, then you get used to the shit, and then you don't see a way out because you've been in it for so long. And so sometimes overcoming it is taking one step in any direction. you know you pick the one that's closest and you take the step. you know and sometimes that fixes a lot of things, because and I've talked about this recently about me not like changing the fuel filter in my truck, and like why. And it took me so long to make that leap. And not all of us, but there are times when we have reservations, like for whatever it might be, and we just don't allow things to happen. And we'll find something, well, I don't know if I should really do that. Well, maybe you really oughta. Or maybe you're doing something and your conscience goes, should you have that third piece of pie? You have been to the refrigerator 3 times tonight. Do you need another piece of pie? And so, little things, but Anyway, but taking a step is what is important in any direction, especially if you feel like you're knee deep in shit. Okay, there's one down here that wants to come out real bad. Hmm, hmm, that's interesting. At the moment, there's two cards: bear upside down and squirrel right side up. And at the moment, I'm still going through the cards. I think I missed one. Yeah, it seems like we've been getting a lot of two and three card things, you know. By the way, rabbit. Oh my God, rabbit. Okay, okay, I kind of see this. All right, give me a sec. All right, rabbit is the primary, bear is second, and squirrel is a follow up. However, this works out. Okay, so that's what I got. And why I'm doing three cards here recently, and they just seem to be working out that way. Now, whoever I just did the one card on, I went through the deck twice more, and there that was it. But it was a good card, you know. Anyway, so Michelle, um, another quick hit, a drink of some juice, and rabbit. Now, rabbit calls fear. I'll just say that right out, you know, right now. So, rabbit calls fear, and it's right side up. So, rabbit calls fear. Eagle, come eat me. Hawk, come eat me. You know, panther, bobcat, come eat me. So, rabbit is calling fear to yourself. Uh, but anyway, I'm finding the page and I'll get right to it. But just in while I'm finding the page, that is what rabbit is. It's calling fear to yourself. And let me tell you, man, and sort of what I was just saying about if you find yourself knee deep in shit, you know, the fear is which way do I go? How do I get out of this? I mean, you can create a lot of fear within a situation that'll keep you from making any action. Now, not to say this is for you, Michelle, but in general, yep, rabbit is fear. So, and it was like a strong, here I am, okey doke. So, scared little rabbit, please drop your fright. Running doesn't stop the pain nor turn the dark to light. A long time ago, no one really knows how long ago it was. This is the story of how Rabbit had conversations with a witch. And so I might skip over parts of it, but I'm going to give you it because we have discussed this. But in that, the reason that Rabbit had fear called upon him was his action and non action and fear to this very strong uh, eye walker who was a witch. So, but anyway, so the two of them were friends and they were walking along, and Rabbit said, I'm thirsty. And Eye Walker picked up a leaf and blew on it and then handed Rabbit a gourd of water. The rabbit drank the water but didn't say anything and didn't thank, you know, Eye Walker. I'm hungry, said Rabbit. Now Walker picked up a stone uh, and blew on it and changed it into a turnip and gave it to the rabbit to eat. And rabbit tasted it and liked it and ate the turnip, and but didn't say a word to Eyewalker. The two continued walking, and uh, near the top of a high rise, Rabbit tripped and fell all the way down to the bottom. And Rabbit was in a very sad condition when Eyewalker got to him. She used a magic salve on Rabbit to heal his great pain and mend his broken bones. And Rabbit didn't say anything. So several days later, Eyewalker was out walking around searching for Rabbit. Finally, Eyewalker gave up, but quite by accident, she met Rabbit sometime on. She said, Rabbit, why are you uh, hiding and avoiding me? Said the witch. Rabbit looked and said, because I am afraid of you. I'm afraid of the magic, answered Rabbit, cowering. Leave me alone, said Rabbit. I see, said Eyewalker. I've used my magical powers on your behalf, and now you turn on me and refuse my friendship? I want nothing more to do with your powers, Rabbit continued. Rabbit did not even see the tears that his words were bringing to Eyewalker's eyes. I hope we never meet again, and I never see you again, said Rabbit. Rabbit, said Eyewalker. We once were great friends and companions, but no more. It is within my power to destroy you. But because of the past and the medicines that we have shared together, I will not do this. But from this day forward, I lay a curse on you and your tribe. From now on, you will call your fears, and your fears will come to you. Be on your way, for the sweet medicine that bound us together as friends are now broken. Now, Rabbit is the fear caller. He goes out and shouts, Eagle, I am so afraid of you. If Eagle doesn't hear him, Rabbit calls out louder, Eagle, stay away from me. Eagle, now hearing Rabbit, comes and eats him. Rabbit calls bobcats, wolves, coyotes, and even snakes until they come. As this story shows, rabbit medicine people are so afraid of tragedy, illness, or disaster, and being taken that they call those very fears to them to teach them lessons. The keynote here is what you resist will persist. What you fear most is what you will become. Here is the lesson. If you pull the rabbit, stop talking about the horrible things happening and get rid of what if in your vocabulary. This card may signal a time of worry about the future or of trying to exercise your control over that which is not yet born, the future. Stop it. Write your fears down and be willing to feel them. Breathe into them and then feel them running through your body into Mother Earth as a giveaway. In other words, you work your fears out. You fear them. If something makes you cry, you're really worried about something, okay, do it for 20 minutes and then give it away. Let it go. So rather than try to avoid being emotional with anything, no, but you deal with how you call the fear and you allow you to feel it. And but once you do, it's cathartic, let me tell you. So you go in within, and this is the reason for the bear card, okay? Because now I'm going to read bear. So bear is about going within and into the hibernation and the comfort of within to seek the answers, right? So rabbit's going to call a fear, whatever that fear is to you, Michelle. Uh, um, this card may signal a time of worry about the future, or of trying to exercise your control over that which is not yet in form. Stop it. So, in other words, we worry about tomorrow when tomorrow hasn't happened yet. The best we can do is just be prepared for whatever it is. Hey, Joe, try to be. How is it? Uh, the power of positive thinking, behaving positive, things happen. Yeah, but I absolutely 100% agree with that, Steve. But there are times when life that you have nothing to do with or control over happens to you. The great dinosaur of fate craps on your head. And you were like paying attention, being really good. Somebody sideswipes you out of nowhere. Stuff happens, okay? And, but we don't have to worry about it all the time. But the things that we are concerned about future events, or how am I going to do it tomorrow, or I got a big test. I mean, the worries about things, the fears that we bring. So sometimes we have a fear, but we're not sure what the fear is. For example, um, one of the things that we like for me with taking a test and certain things, it's the fear of failing the test. I knew the material, but it was the fear of failing the test because back when I was a kid with dyslexic problems and stuff like that, I could talk to the teacher. I could even tell her the page the answer was on and where it was on the page, but I couldn't tell her the answer. Couldn't give the right, but I could take them right to the page. I had vision of where the answer was so I could remember it. And there were times I actually learned. Now, I was back in grade school and high school, and I would learn to try to read the book that I had could see in my head. Anyway, that's how I retain certain things. But so anyway, rabbit calls fear. Now, next, bear upside down 5. Bear is powerful medicine. Just bear is powerful medicine. Now, the thing about rabbit is the powerful medicine is in overcoming the fear. Okay. Halo. Bear is introspection. All right. Bear, invite me into the cave where silence surrounds the answers you gave. So, bear is introspection. The strength, now, this is straight up, and I have to read part of this bear and then I'll flip to the upside down. The strength of bear medicine is the power of introspection. It lies in the West on the great medicine wheel of life. Bear seeks honey, or the sweetness of truth, within the hollow of an old tree. And to win in the winter, when the ice queen reigns and the face of death is upon the earth, bear enters the womb cave to hibernate, to digest the year's experience, which is a very interesting explanation. So, well, rabbit is the explanation that you're probably being taught if there are fears about that rabbit's already teaching you the lesson. Okay. So, bear's the follow up. The rabbit is the realization to you, Michelle. Okay. Um, Bear enters the womb like cave to hibernate to digest the year's experience. Now, as we come into December and the shortest day of the year and so forth, to go within to digest the year's experience. So, what did we learn from this year? How did we make out? How did we adapt to the situation? You know what I mean? And where do we stand at the moment? Not necessarily anything critical, but just to digest the year's experience. We're in that now, all of us. It is said that our goals also reside in the West. To accomplish the goals and dreams that we carry, the art of introspection is necessary. I love this because it rhymes. To accomplish the goals and dreams that we carry, the art of introspection is necessary. To become like Bear and enter the safety of the womb cave, we must attune ourselves to the energies of the eternal mother. Okay, Michelle, this is where you need to pay some attention. We must attune ourselves to the energies of the eternal mother and receive nourishment from the placenta of the great void. The great void is the place where all solutions and answers live in harmony with all the questions that fill our realities. The great void, it's all around us, it's just there, is the place where all the solutions and answers lie. And they live in harmony with the questions that fill our heads. If we choose to believe that there are many questions to life, we must also believe that the answer to these questions reside within us. Each and every being has the capacity to quiet the mind, enter the silence, and know. That's in italics. Each and every being has the capacity to quiet the mind, enter the silence, and know. Many tribes have called this space of inner knowing the dream lodge, where the death of the illusion of physical reality overlays the expansiveness of eternity. In other words, what your current situation is going on, and this is going to go on forever. No, forever is a long ass time. But you realize that the illusion of the death of illusion, the illusion is this going, or I can't get out of a situation, or that life's always going to be like this. So you can live the illusion, or you can, you know, conquer your fear that rabbit brings. This is related. It is in the dream lodge that our ancestors sit in council and advise us regarding alternative pathways that lead to our goals. This is the power of bear, the female receptive energy that for centuries has allowed visionaries, mystics, and shamans to prophesy, is contained in this very special bear energy. In India, the cave symbolizes the cave of Brahma. Brahma's cave is considered to be the pineal gland that sits in the center of the four lobes of the brain. So now that's the important power of bear introspection. What does it mean upside down? If you've drawn bear reversed, your internal dialogue may have confused your perception of your true goals. If you have drawn bear reversed, your internal dialogue, in other words, what me, myself, and I talk about, may have confused your perception of your true goals. In other words, you convinced yourself that, well, this is really what I want. Maybe not. So, in seeking answers or advice from others, you may have placed your own feelings and your own knowing aside. The time has come to regain your authority, for no one knows better than yourself what is proper and timely for your evolution. Now, rabbit card, I mean, it's like, whoa, rabbit card, call your fears. Uh, that The time has come to regain your authority for whatever the fears are, for no one knows better than yourself what is proper and timely for your evolution. Reclaim the power of knowing. Find joy in the silence and the richness of the mother's womb. Allow the thoughts of confusion to be laid to rest as clarity emerges from the west, nurturing your dreams as Mother Earth nourishes us all. So, in this understanding and giving of the mother, um, what is very important is that if you've had any hesitation in, well, I don't know if I'm really connected or whatever, nah, you got to believe 100.1%. It's got to be 95% is really not going to make it. You really have to have faith and believe. Not necessarily you in particular, Michelle, but in this upside down. Um, Allow the thoughts of confusion to be laid to rest as clarity emerges from the west, nurturing your dreams as Earth Mother nourishes us all. Sometimes it's good in this case, upside down bears in the west. It's helpful, like if you were traveling on a medicine wheel, that you would go to a stone in the west and meditate in the west on the medicine wheel. Actually face west. Bear in the contrary position is teaching you that only through being your own advisor can you attain your true goals. Anything less than the doing of that which gives you the most joy is denial. To achieve happiness, you must know yourself. To know yourself is to know your body, your mind, and your spirit. Use your strengths to overcome your weaknesses and know that both are necessary in your evolution. Journey with Bear to the quietness of your cave and hibernate in silence. Dream your dreams and own them. Then in strength you will be ready to discover the honey waiting inside the tree of life. Now, for me, like, wow, now I'm really interested in what squirrels got to do with this. But I really see the combination between those two cards. Uh, I don't know your situation, but as far as fears and man, yeah, buddy, those two came in right on time. Now, 26 squirrel. I know squirrel is about, having enough and gathering and that kind of thing. I haven't read squirrel in a while. Um, Gathering. Hmm. Now, as I saw the word, my brain went to rabbit, bear, and that it with squirrel here, right side up, by the way, and just the word gathering is that um, if bear is saying, to find this power and regain your authority. Rabbit with squirrel in gathering is gather your fears and solve them, is what I see just right off the top of this. Rabbit is the fear, calling the fear. Squirrel is gathering up. Gathering what? Well, you can gather up the fear, but you can also gather up the courage through bear medicine. Now, that's just my looking at it. I'm going to read about squirrel here, but Michelle, that's my 10 cents. And they're saying, yeah, but there you go. Squirrel, you have gathered nuts by the score, exactly predicting if you'll need more. Teach me to take no more than I need, trusting great mystery to harvest the seed. Squirrel teaches you to plan ahead for the winter when the trees are bare and the nuts have long since disappeared. I don't know, there's a bunch of acorns on the this year. Squirrel medicine can in many forms as this furry little creature is very diverse in nature. The erratic behavior of squirrel has bested many a forlorn hunter, and it thus stands to reason that there are benefits to being able to circle a branch at lightning speed. This erratic behavior of squirrel can also get to be nerve-wracking if you're dealing with persons who have squirrel medicine. Trying to calm them down enough to accomplish something may drive you nuts. The gathering power of squirrel medicine is a great gift. It teaches you how to gather and store your energy for future times of need. It teaches you to reserve something for future use, whether it be a judgment, an opinion, a savings account, candles, extra food, or whatever. To put it in a nutshell, squirrel is the Boy Scout of the animal kingdom, always prepared. In today's world of changing times and fortunes, it is the wise person who prepares for the future. Our prophecies have all spoken of the end of the millennium, the changes to come. And, now this book was written in 84. So, we've come a long way, baby, but here we are, right? Squirrel is a friendly medicine to have in light of possible future rainy days. Its message is to be prepared, but not to go nuts. Love yourself enough to gather the goods that will meet your needs in times of scarcity, even if that time never comes. Now, that doesn't just mean food in the house, that means mental strength. That means courage. And for like, and Michelle, you've been with me long enough, and I've talked about this years ago, and and I always talk about this 100.1%. I was asking my creator and my spirits, I'm like, what am I missing here? I was just kind of going down the list. I've resolved issues, I've fixed eternal things. I have, come out of the closet with what's happened with people and pet. I've talked about this and I've done that. I have faced this fear and this one and that one. But there seems to be something I'm missing. And they were like, but do you believe? Well, yeah, I think. No, 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 no. Do you believe? Well, yeah, I believe this and this and this and this, but I did not believe 100.1%. It's just that smidge, I was like at 98.5%. If I was to like gauge my belief in Mother Earth and trusting in the Great Spirit, which has come up tonight. So, but when I literally I went outside and just laid down on the ground and said, whatever I'm missing, I believe. I believe in Mother Earth. I can feel the energy. I believe in the universe. And I went down through a couple of things, and all of a sudden it was like that little 2.5%, boom, hit me. And then I got the whole 100%. I really thought I had it. I really thought I understood. I really thought I believed. But somewhere deep inside of me, there was like, I think. No, 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 no. Do you believe this or not? Well, yeah, I think. Because having not really experienced certain things, there is that leap of faith. So in Rabbit, the card, the fear of like taking that last time, it's not much of a step, but there is fear in it. And I was like, man, I really don't know. Well, you believe in the source, right? Yeah. So why are you hesitating? I don't know. And I realized as I went down through my list of stuff, I was up to about 97, 98% of like, yeah, I believe, I think, and that one word, I think is two words, but that slight hesitation was what was keeping me from the whole shebang. and it only comes through you. But uh, and in being honest, I was like, yeah, I got this. And that little voice and them guys up there said, Dave, Hawkeye, not quite. But not quite. Just saying, because I wasn't quite trusting my conversations with them. I wasn't quite trusting my own intuitions and certain things. I was almost there, but then there was that little bit. So this is advice to y'all with this. If you say, yes, I believe, but really? And I don't mean that rudely or whatever. You need to go down your own list of stuff and make sure, because what might be a simple fact of human nature is, but I don't know if I got enough proof. I think I believe. I'm pretty sure I believe. I understand all this other stuff, and I know that I just kind of have to have faith in some of these things that I know is possible or could exist in the universe. But do I know how they? Do I understand how they work or no? But do I understand that it's possible they could exist? Yes. Do I need to know how they exist or whatever? No. Self confidence is very important. Yeah. But so, Michelle, with this, so I don't know the situation, but I mean, I still have fears. I talked about them the other day, right? I talked about them in this session. But so, we all have fears. And with future things that are come up, we're all going to have to adapt to situations. And we honestly don't know. But if we try to prediction, wait, let me back up. If we try to predict that which might happen or what those folks would like us to believe might happen, then we fall into a trap. So if we see what they would like us to believe and we go, sorry, ain't going there, and we stay on our own track, we stick with our own plan, we understand that they can try to steal our energy, that they can try to brainwash us, we ain't having it. We're going to, you know, stick with our plan, you know. But we see their plan and they might try to implement it, but we're going to do our best to avoid it, stay out of it, not believe it, and not try to um, worry that their future might take place, because then that gives energy to them that it might take place. So we just have to look at it and go, well, okay, that's what they want to do to us. Okay, we'll see how that works out. But if we say to ourselves, oh my God, the end of the world is coming to an end, we're all going to have rapture, all these people that are you know producing doom and gloom constantly. Oh, the eclipse, and then the eclipse, and oh, the big portal over the anti. Oh my God, we're supposed to be dead, by the way, y'all. And taken over by space aliens, and because of all these things that's happened the last 2 weeks. But I don't know. I do have to admit to this. Today I was sitting here thinking, with all this eclipse stuff and all, and energy from the universe, I was sitting here thinking something feels different today, but it's not a tangible thing. So anyway, yeah. Now, Travis, we all have to understand that there's going to be stuff that comes our way, and each one of us in our state or city or county or our household, whatever it is, we're going to face stuff. All right, whatever that stuff is. So do we worry about it? Do we push our fears out there? Do we worry about the bear crack? But um, we can see the crap coming, We just avoid it, and we find people. We stick together as this group of like-minded beings, and we keep each other sane. We find the joy amongst the chaos. When Rabbit appears, and that it must mean that we need to face our fears and deal with them, whatever they are. If we call out the fear, but then the next thing is we deal with it, because the strength of bear gives us that two cards, and squirrel says be prepared. And but in this, if energy is it, and Michelle, I know, for example, that your son is hyper, etc., and that it's hard to save energy. And that could be a simple thing that Squirrel is telling you, because it's saying to gather energy for a future date. It's not about just food or whatever, or supplies, clothes, but it's also about our internal stuff. So, as a mother and with an autistic child and so forth, that requires a lot of energy. And so it may be that, however, and without enough energy, fears will overcome us. Just saying, it because stuff happens in our brain. So, but anyway, bear crack, yeah. So, honey, I actually do hope this helps. I see it and like, oh yeah, okay. 311, 412. Yeah, I saw that. It was 411 right here, but uh so I hope this helps. Try not to let the outside world take control of your true path. Trying to be around like-minded. Yeah. Now we can't always be around like-minded people, and sometimes we have to like substitute or make do. But sometimes our presence around these people who may not have made up their mind, um, I used to fret about everything. I had reached a point after I lost my job and couldn't get one, and was having issues with my brain, and then they put me through all that crap where I had grand mal seizures and all that stuff. So there's a lot of fear in there that I've had to work through. And I found out that as I worked on bigger fears and tackled them, could see them coming and sidestep them, not maybe not necessarily avoid them, but maybe deflect the punch a little bit so the pain wasn't as severe. I mean, there's just, stuff comes at us, but life's going to throw shit at us. It really is. And but the thing is like you can say, "Oh my God, life's gonna throw shit at me," or you can go, "Life's gonna throw shit at me. I'm gonna get a garbage can lid and I'm gonna play, down, da, 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 go ahead, throw some at me, boom," and you play like dodgeball with because we have no idea what's coming tomorrow, what other folks have planned. Okay, as we've experienced these last 2 years. But at these last few years should have taught us something. We made it through the last 2 years. But you know what? So whatever fear we may have accumulated over the last couple of years, we need to stop and say, but wait a minute, uh, it's the end of 2021 and we made it. We're still here. What? Yeah. Oh, we're still here. A lot of us, some of us, I've lost two good friends this last year. Of course, Brian Barnett went last year, but this year I've lost two friends. And I think a third, but I'm not positive. I have not heard back. But I think I've lost a third friend who was very dear and known for many years. And it's like, well, but tomorrow on the December 7th is my Aunt Shirley's birthday, and she's 85 or 6 or somewhere in there. So, and she's still making it. So, there are losses this year, but it's grateful to still be able to know that my Aunt Shirley's made it this long and some other folks that are around her age. So, it gives me cause to go, maybe I could make it that far, you know. But anyway, here's the thing, it gives me courage, right? My Aunt Shirley, her be at 85 or 6 tomorrow. And the fact that she's still here gives me like, yeah, okay. Now that I'm damn near 70, yeah, I want to be, I want to be like Aunt Shirley. I want to make it that long, okay. I see the value in that, it's up close and personal now. But the fears that I had, what I was talking about, the fear though, when I tackled the big fears, because I had become addicted to the feeling that fear gives you. I know this is crazy, but it's sort of like, uh, folks who get used to being abused all the time, whether it be female or male, somebody beat you up or something, and why don't you leave? And then you end up going back, or, and there's men who have been abused, just, so, but this idea though that we must accept, and we convince ourselves like, well, I have, if I really love this person, then I got to put up with their shit. Maybe not. I mean, honestly, maybe not. But for me, I had a wife that it was like, but I had made this promise sort of to my pops on his deathbed, yeah, we're going to get married, even though we had very short relationship. That, yeah, it was true love, and this is going to be the last one. Well, that part is true. But as far as being married or whatever, I'm looking for an honest to God, true love person, and man, that missed that one, but in our honesty of things, what we may have convinced ourselves of may not necessarily be true. I love you all. Our programming crashed because we're dumping all our false belief systems and are unlocking door that were locked in our brains. Yep. New washrooms becomes available. Yep. Got to go to bed. You too, Steve. Stay safe. All you too. 4 minutes to the 20 in Georgia. Yeah, I'm in Georgia too, Alex. Yeah, me too, down here in South Georgia. Oh, I see it now. It's 4:18 a.m. here on South Georgia Late Night Soul Tribe Hippy Dippy Radio with Hawkeye Two Feathers, aka David Null. And we thank you for being here and hanging out and this night of doing cards and so forth. But very interesting messages from the universe tonight, this morning. Um, but also though for me as I'm describing this stuff, it reminds me, like, yeah, we did go through this. Yeah, and it was this extra thing where there are some folks who, they say, well, you ask them, like I asked myself, do you truly believe in this? Well, sure I do. And they're not being honest with themselves. Because if they truly believed like I do, then they would have understood a couple of things very subtly that seem to have just like, right over their heads. Well, if you really believe this, then you wouldn't be asking that question. Well, but I believe. Yeah, but then why are you questioning this? Well, but so again, and so it leaves them going, well, I think I believe. That's my point. Every person's got their own subtle differences, but the question remains, go through your list and just, and I'm not saying that you're not, because I mean, I was being honest. I mean, I'm studying the shaman's way, I'm doing all these things. I mean, I'm serious, right? But when it came down to Do you really believe I was missing that little smidge? But I tell you what, that little smidge was like a shot of 151 rum. Okay, like it'd be like snorting, like $200 worth of coke up your nose in an instant. Woo! It changed a whole. I, it was a biggie. Yep, 420. Is there anybody else on the list? It's been 4 hours and 1 minute. How about that? That needs a reading tonight, this morning. I got one or two more still in me. I know there are folks on the list, but it's 4 hours later. Like I said early on, if I say, yeah, I might not be able to do too many more, please understand. But so anyway, but I'm good for at least one or two more if somebody needs a card reading. So up to y'all. But so in your lives, I'm sitting here as it's kind of rolling in through my head about how much that extra little belief, it amounted to such a little spot on the grand scheme of things, but how big it was in the grand scheme of things. So I don't know how you all are doing in that, whether or not it's important to you, and I mean that honestly because we all have our own paths. But if if there's something that comes up within yourself, for example, to go into the dream time and hibernate with the bear medicine, and just you don't look for the answers, you just listen for them to come to you. So if you're listening to the universe and there's something that you hesitate, then that means that somewhere you're lacking a tiny bit of faith in whatever it is you're trying to understand. So here's the thing, part of my issue as an engineer and so forth was that I really like to kind of understand at least the basic uh, machine works or the machinations of whatever's going on, whether it be physical or spiritual or psycho. I want to know, like, well, how, you know, I don't have to know exactly how it works, but I would like to at least look at the schematics because I'm an engineer. I would like to at least look at the plans and go, that's cool. And well, I see them, I accept them. But if I don't understand a certain part of something, then I'm sitting there going, well, yeah, I believe this up to here because I've seen the plans and I've read the book, the manual, but I don't know. I haven't seen a I haven't seen a scale model. I haven't seen a working model or something. I'm talking in terms of design or whatever. But so where's your prototype? It looks good on paper, but where's your prototype? So there is that for me. It's everything looks, but there's that hesitation. Does it really work? Well, I don't know. So in spiritual things, it was like, so for me, like, you've heard me tell the 3 days on the river without food or water and being walked off with the spirits and that kind of thing. That really happened. So that kind of led to some questions, is do I really believe? And it was after that incident, by the way, that really proved to me, and also after almost drowning and freezing to death that same year, I came to realize a bunch of stuff. And I realized that I almost really believed. And then after almost drowning and freezing to death, and then the heat and the water, the thing, and whatever, the 3 days on the river, I was like, oh, holy crap. I understood a whole lot more, and I really believed then. Now, I hope that other people just don't have to go through those kind of things that I make, because it was hard. Let me tell you, it was not easy to, go through the pain and agony and the drowning and the, you know, hypothermia is not a lot of fun, you know. Neither is being baked alive during the dog days of August, on the banks of the Ochlockonee River. But having lived through those intense situations, my quote belief as to whether or not the creator, that the source, that great spirit, that belief that I would survive, or the belief that, yes, I believe this energy. And so for 3 days on the river, I survived by the energy of the universe because there wasn't nothing else there. I had a couple of moon pies and two drinks and a bottle, and I came off the river with still a little bit of left in both after 3 days. And I wasn't drinking river water or nothing like that, at least that I know of. But so the belief that the universe, that you can survive, I guess, they just literally had to throw me down in the dirt, which is where I ended up, to show me, to prove to me, here it is. Do you believe now, some gun? Yeah, Lord have mercy. There's this old Southern joke, whereas there's this drunken man, and he's like, they woke him up in the alley and say, "You're gonna come to church and repent your sins." And he goes, "Yeah, I'll go to church and repent my sins." Okay. And they go, and he's sitting in the back pew just going like this and around and around. Do you believe? I believe. You believe? Amen, preacher. Wee, doggies. He's having a good time in them. So they're like, we're gonna baptize you and get rid of the nasties. And so they took him down to the river. So they took this drunken trying to wake up on a Sunday morning down to the river at about lunchtime, which he's just about to really wake up good. When they took him down into the water, and the preacher says, "Do you believe?" And he goes, "Mm-hmm, preacher, I believe." And they dunked him under the water, and blah 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 blah, and pulled him back up. And the drunk's shaking that water off, and looks at the preacher, and the preacher looks at him and says, "Do you believe?" And he goes, before he could answer good, he goes, "I believe." And glug, 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 down he went again. On about the fourth time, when he pulled him back up, the preacher looked at him. He said, "Do you believe?" And he goes, "I believe. You trying to drown me, and I'll drown your ass if you try that again." So, but anyway, so in this belief thing, sometimes we have to be kind of drowned in the water of whatever, to like wake up from our drunkenness and go, "Wait a minute, maybe maybe there is a little bit of extra belief in there, like people like, uh, and watching anime and stories and this and this stuff, and the fantasy thing, there's always this moron that wants to live forever, right? He wants to live forever and take over the universe, and then he wants to destroy the universe, which makes no sense at all. But those are premises of Darth Vader and crap, right? So, but anyway, uh, I'll rule the world and take it over. Well, you didn't help it any, but oh, anyway, I wouldn't want to do that. I just, what? I don't want to worry about taking over somebody. I'm having enough trouble with myself and my lovely cats and Mr. Duggar. I'm sorry, I wasn't reading. Did somebody want to? Did somebody want to reading? And I missed. I got off on my tangent. But anyway, this idea of belief. So, belief that you can do it, belief that the cards actually mean what they mean. But I mean, there's so many levels of this belief. and having faith in whatever way that you yeah, STI, I don't know about the destroy it part, but hands up to in the skies and believe all you can. No fear. I agree with that, unless somebody's throwing something at me. I don't have any fear with just normal stuff in life, but we really don't know what some of these folks want to do to us. And here's the thing, we don't worry about them, but we keep our eye on them, like Hawk, okay, that came up in tonight. And we must be observant. And, so we don't become complacent, that message is in there tonight. So, but anyway, we do the best we can, but so whatever they throw at us, we adapt to it and we stick with our plan as much as we can. That is the plan. We don't worry about the future. Now, I would say worry versus concerned versus, okay, I got a plan. Well, you kind of have to put some energy forward and a little to give it an oomph. If you just say, well, I got this plan, well, I'm going to do this, and sometimes that don't work out. You got to put that extra oomph. You got to make another phone call to somebody that you might not really want to, but you do, and you stay up 2 nights in a row to get a project done. Whatever it is, sometimes there's something that is out of our comfort zone, but we understand that we got to do this if we want to get to our goal. Too many times as a director with shows, you get 2 days away from opening night and you've got issues. And if you want to open on the night that you want, you got to do something. And sometimes folks just got to get it together and do it, for whatever it takes. The show must go on, but sometimes you got to do what you got to do to get the show to go on. You know what I mean? But anyway, but I agree with all of y'all. And I'm just saying that what's critical for us in this, at least of the next 2 years, because we're in this time span window of some weird stuff. Okay. Dante's talked about it on his channel, and that the 2017 to 2024 period of time was like really critical. And we're 2022. So we've made it this far, knock on wood, um, and we'll see how things go. But we can plan on our future. But if somebody, and I don't necessarily mean a real bomb, but drops a bomb on us, I don't know, the economy goes sideways, or they do some other weird thing with the you know, they have done things to us this last couple of years I never expected they'd do. We never expected they'd do. And the consequences of no paper towels or toilet paper was really intriguing. There are shortages of things on the shelf. I was in the store tonight and went, well, there's two 2 pound bags of sugar and no other sugar of any other kind. And I bought sugar the last couple of times I went to the store, no sugar. Now, these are the small stores in the small towns. They're not big box stores or Publix or anything like that. But it is Dollar General. And there's only 4 pounds of sugar in a section. Now, we did just have, Thanksgiving and people use, sugars and stuff for pies and things and stuff. So I get it. But I got one of the 2 bags simply because I'm not out, but I'm running low. And I'm sorry, but at the moment, I'm gonna take that. Now it was Sunday also, but I'm getting one of them too. I could have been greedy and took them both, but I was like, no, I'm not out, and I'm trying to learn. I talked about this the other night about not using much sugar in my coffee. I mean, I really want some sugar in my coffee. I'd rather have some than none, so why not? So, uh, I can make that 2 pounds of sugar last me a while, especially with what I've got. So, but if I don't know where the sugar is, but with Christmas coming up and we're baking and stuff like that, if there's already whatever is in the delivery pipeline, what if there's no sugar for Christmas? I mean, as far as that goes, as far as baking and things and stuff, you know what I mean? Just okay. So, not to say that there isn't any sugar in any of these towns around here, but the smaller stores that usually have a large, a good supply of this stuff out, along with other things. So, am I going to freak out about it? No, but I am going to be more cautious with what I use, right? Hey, Bartool, don't forget it. Is that when Canada becomes what? I don't know. Do you know how many Russians are in Canada? I've been to Canada, okay, Toronto and several places, and I was surprised. And this has been quite a few years ago now. I was surprised at how many Russians were there, and they have none of them want to invade the United States. But I was very surprised at how many Russians there were in Canada. I was just like, what? Just across the line over here in Toronto, there's all these Russians working in with Russian women and some guys, and also Pakistani, a bunch of like, holy mackerel. Did they like people, no offense, but people moved out of the desert to 4 foot of snow in Toronto. Yeah, I was like, what? A lot of folks that, and businesses from the Middle East in Toronto and in Canada. But when you got in on the outskirts, it was Canucks, you know what I mean? But it was interesting. Um, Supposedly the 2024 the the tw- the two th- the the 2017 to 2024, my take on it with the information I remember is that there are some entities above us that have, and now Laura Eisenhower and some other folks have talked about this. David, I can never remember his name, that you all know who I'm talking about. Uh, that there are those alien families, as in Jupiter rising or ascending or something. Anyway, is that there, and like in the movie and Dunes and series, the Dune series, where the Earth is owned by a family, a corporation. We don't know it. We ain't a part of it, and whatever it is we're producing here, that the family owns the planet, not any of us or anything like this. But see, none of us think in these higher realms of thinking. But if you was to honest to God, get off this planet and think honestly what's going on out there and go, wait a minute, there's this group of folks who think they own the planet. Yeah. Why do you think they want to control us? Why do you think they want us to, why? Duh. And with all the UFO sightings and all this other stuff, regardless of, but I mean, there's so much just obvious evidence that it's especially, they supposedly, because they're the cabal, that they must tell us ahead of time. So look at all the movies over the last however many years, and we should be able to see our future. And unless a virus, get this, unless a virus comes then that will kill them, It'll be the, space wars, War of the Worlds with them sucking us up into their spaceships. And I made this remark before, and I was talking to a friend of mine just the other day, and she was describing, what we've seen in the movies, why, the people who, the ones that, the movies Left Behind or something like that. But anyway, so all these people just kind of off they go, and I was like, are you sure that it ain't some kind of alien that's pulling these folks like Beam Me Up Scotty? And are you sure they're the good guys? I mean, I'm just asking. Oh, well, the rapture is coming. It's going to take a bunch of us. Yeah, what if you've got special DNA that these alien folk really want, and you're fixing to go get turned into Soylent Green? But that's okay. Oh, no, it's God. Are you sure? Just asking. Well, yes, I'm sure. We're all going to get caught up in the rapture. Yeah, that's what I'm afraid of. I don't know if I want to be a part of that. Just saying, God's sucking you up into air and y'all gonna be together and all these wonderful things. And what are you gonna do when you get up there? And what's this stuff? So you're gonna die early. You're gonna give up, living out the rest of your life, however it's supposed to work, and you're gonna get sucked up into heaven for what reason? Well, to be with God. Yeah, okay. That's it. Yeah, we're all gonna go to heaven in a little rowboat, clap, clap. That's an old song. Let's see, how's it go? The line broke, the monkey got choked, and they all went to heaven in a little rowboat. Clap, clap. Anyway, yeah, that was an old song. But so in this reality of things, so between this period of 2024, so we're, pretty far into this as to whether or not treaties and off-world things and battles and so forth and things would be settled to where these people literally would not blow this planet to smithereens just because they own it and they can do what they want with it. And there are those folks who are trying to convince them, nah. There's a lot of folks working on our behalf and dying on our behalf to keep this planet from just being turned into a wisp of smoke in the universe. And if people really understood that part, they would really be terrified. But the bigger picture is honestly, it is similar to that. We don't see the really big picture. We're just all concerned about America or our own town or family or whatever when there's a really big picture going on. Do I understand all the machinations and all that? No. I just know what's going on. And I'm hoping for the good guys, I'm here to pray for the good guys and do what I can because the bad guys want us to believe the bad thing, right? They want people to get three shots and boosters and stuff. And, there are those folks who are dropping out who are they're shooting up more heroin than ever before. And people are dying with this and that. I mean, who would eat a Tide Pack for any reason whatsoever? But, people doing crazy stuff. I thought we did crazy stuff when I was growing up. Nah, these folks, whoever are looking for a higher way out or something, holy crap, you know. There were some of us who said, "You want to do what to get high? Nah, I ain't doing that. I'll just go get some alcohol or something. Nah, I ain't doing that." The Crown owns our lottery. Did you? Oh yeah, yeah. Many cultures everywhere in so fast a short time. The folks that I've talked to, enslavement might not really be a good word for folks in Russia. Do they have some totalitarian rules and old ways? The answer is yes. But it ain't nowhere near, Russia is nowhere near what it was when I was growing up. Just saying. Folks in Russia, we've got RTV. I mean, that would have not happened. So this idea about Russia and enslavement and stuff, and I ain't saying it's perfect, but neither is America. America just ain't what America should be, but I'm just saying. So, folks, um, I knew a couple of folks in Russia back when, and I knew some Russian exchange students. I talked about this lovely Russian lady. Oh my God. But anyway, and shoot, toss that vodka back, but they were proud people. But that was 20 years ago. And they were having issues 20 years ago in Russia. Uh, I haven't talked with these folks recently, but um, just in general, it ain't what it was. So, but America's still got. You say, well, America's home of the free and the brave and all that. Then how come some of these folks that have obviously committed crimes against the state and against you and me haven't been arrested and thrown in jail or put in front of a firing squad like we were promised was going to happen? You know what I mean? So this idea of freedom and stuff, depending on where you live and what's going on, it's an illusion no matter where you are. So, and of course, Russia, bad. America, good. There's so many things, and especially watching Dante's channel. Well, he'll show some stuff like what America thinks is going on, and then what, the translation of Putin and some of these other people. And it's like, they're really telling the truth, and but Americans and all these other people twist that lie because we got to have a bad guy on the planet. Russia has been the bad guy ever since Germany was defeated. Russia, 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 Russia. And then how come we all go to Russia to send our astronauts into the space? Because NASA don't do it. And we got SpaceX, and come on. So Russia is so bad that we send our brightest and talented astronauts to get shot up into space from Russia. Stop and think about it. But Russia's so fucking bad. Russia's, and Russia this and Russia that. Oh, but we're going. Where are you going? Oh, we're going to Russia to go to space. I said, yeah, okay. So, of all of these things that we've learned these last 2 years, as I'm kind of sort of bringing the topic, my particular hidden topic for tonight, not written in the in the in the title bar, but that so everything we've accumulated over this last year, but previous years, which brings us up to this, and we look at our situation and go, well, we've lived through two COVID thingies and other stuff. Watched football games yesterday and today. Oh my God, Georgia got their ass handed to them by Alabama. Lord have mercy. It was hard to watch. Oh my God. But anyway, you know, I was really kind of thinking that, Georgia was going to fight a little harder. They just, it was unmerciful. And in a way, many of the games that Georgia played and the point spread that they had was like 45-6 or something like that. They didn't get their ass beat that bad, but it was 40 something to 17. Bad enough. But anyway, um, so whoever had a point spread on Georgia lost their ass. Let me tell you. But it could have went the other way. So nobody knew until the game was played. So all the betters and all the conjurers and all the people who tried to put their energy forward as to who was going to win the game, just using that game as an example, if they'd have picked Georgia as a winner of even 3 points, they would have just lost their shirt because of the opposite point spread. But nobody knew until the game was played. So we don't know what the new year's going to be until we play it. You know what I mean? Until we live it, until we're there. So, was watching a Michigan game or something, it's snowing, there's sleet, and I'm listening to the guys on, well, he didn't catch that ball. He's really a whole lot better at, and I'm thinking to myself, it's 29 degrees, the wind's blowing and it's snowing, and you're bitching because this guy didn't catch a football that probably, weighs a ton, is cold as hell, his fingers are brittle. And have you ever played football in them kind of temperatures? I'm just saying. So he missed that pass. Well, yeah, sorry, but the fact that he caught it, like, hooray. But anyway, so it's a perception thing, right? But you don't know if it's going to snow on the day of the football game. You don't know if one of your players is going to slip down in the first 2 or 3 moments of the game and break a leg or get hurt or get taken out of the game, which happened in one of them. There was something about targeting, and it was early in the game. It was out for the rest of the game. We don't know. But the best thing we can do is train and be ready. Don't get too cocky because we don't know what they're going to throw at us. But we can be at least self assured enough with our own selves that we can say, well, win or lose, I'm going to play the game the best I can, depending on whatever the situations are. And so whatever's coming at us here this next year or two, or, and future, but, let's get through the next year or so with some of this craziness to see what goes on. We might not be here at 25, so in the year 2525, if man is still alive, if woman has survived, they may find da 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 in the year 3530. Anyway, so there you go. Been listening to that song for a long time. And now that we're here, is like, shit, was that a prophecy or what? Uh every think, do, and say is in the pill that you took today. Whoa, whoa. And though it's been 10,000 years, man has cried 1,000 tears for what he never knew. And now man's reign is through. Dum, 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 dum. Then it starts over. That's sort of at the end of the song, but now man's reign is through. Now, that was back in the 60s, right? So, but one's got to wonder if there's truth in it. Um, but here's the thing I realized a couple of years ago is how much prophecy is being sold through the end of the world. And I went through the kick, myself. I still talk about, prophecies and things. And I think they've got a plan and they're trying their playbook, and they're going to play it out to the very end for whatever need prophecies be fulfilled, so that the people will be convinced because the prophecies were fulfilled. Not so much that Jesus is coming back, but that all these prophecies are being fulfilled, because that's actually what they're after. They want everybody to believe the prophecies, and that this is, when we have no control over this, but, Jesus going to come back and save us all, uh, 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 But we have to have the prophecies first. Well, what if Jesus is already here? No, no, no. That ain't Jesus because they ain't building the temple. They ain't no prophecy. No, the prophecies ain't come true. It can't be Jesus. So you see, they've already set in the mindset of Christians everywhere, of all faiths, that it's only after these events that Jesus or that somebody's going to come back and save us all. So we can't be saved. What if he comes early? There's no provision in the Bible that says that could happen. But the Bible says that the prophecies must be fulfilled. So where do you want to go with this? So do you want to continue believing their prophecy of death, destruction, and all this stuff must be fulfilled before any of us can be saved? And I just like, nah, y'all go ahead. But the rapture, okay. And to this, all right. Now I see there are events that very closely resemble, and the big guys want their playbook to be played out, but I don't have to participate. I can kind of watch on the outside of the fence and go, well, there's a football game going on over there. Okay. I can acknowledge that they're playing, but I don't care who wins or loses. I just know that I'm going to stay out of the traffic from the cars when the game's over. And there's all this traffic and people are running over each and trying to get home first. When I'd be the one sitting in the back of the parking lot and wait till everybody else is out, then I can just drive out. So different people have different perspectives of the whole picture. But so in this slight discussion here in this last 20 minutes, um, I would say that people who develop a higher thought pattern on the bigger game, the bigger stuff that's really going on, and get rid of the notion that we are the only planet in the universe, nobody else exists, that this God in heaven that's only can that throws lightning bolts at us, and who is this, you know, you know, this badass going to strike us dead if we don't pay attention. We must bow down and worship. Yeah, okay. Sounds like a tyrant to me. We really want to spend all this energy on this, but for those folks who are waking up, they're understanding there's more to this God in the Bible. There's just more in the universe than what the God in the Bible is. So much more. The God in the Bible is very limited and very limiting to the people because we must go through all these things in order to be loved by Him and be accepted into heaven. Okay. So let's stay together. Don't lose our wits. It's 5 o'clock here. It's cold as balls there. It's 9 a.m. and I'm chilling on my balcony. Back to it, yeah. Sun gonna come out in a bit. It is almost 5 o'clock here, and I'm gonna shut up. It's a Monday. There's other things I want to get done, and my I really hurt my back the other day when I was cutting firewood, and so was better yesterday, slightly better today, and but I'm gonna have to go cut firewood soon. So it's like, yeah, it's coming up, but I've gotten lots of little projects done, and I'm serious about. I have read my little diagram book to fix my truck, and I'm just going to have to take. I don't have a printer. If I could, it's the instruction manual's on a PDF file, and I don't have a printer. So I'm just going to have to take the damn computer out to the truck tomorrow and read the instructions out there. I'll make it. But anyway, so that's high on my list. And so I did work on the truck. So for those of you who, when I asked the other day, I said, during your day tomorrow, just think if you think of me, just say progress. But there's if I could have printed a couple of pages, uh, New pair of Indiana, look me up. Yeah, well, what I was doing, but I had to be honest with myself. It hurt a lot more than I was expecting. I'm okay, but man, oh man, I didn't walk a whole lot that next day after all that firewood cutting. So, but I got the trees down and have been slowly hacking at the limbs and stuff. So I'm being cautious and careful, but it was very important that I cut them down so that they would start drying because winter ain't over. We just are beginning to December. So I know y'all have got a lot colder weather than I do at the moment. It was really nice here today. And for me down here in South Georgia, and for those of us who live here, it was like this is like the perfect time of year with this weather. This is the time of year we live for. It's a shame there's no water in the river, but it's okay. But at least it's beautiful. So, my dear friends, I love you. Please continue to be safe. I know there are tribulations coming, but let me just ask y'all. I know y'all are talking between yourselves, but there's supposedly this portal opened up over from the eclipse, the new moon eclipse, and supposedly over south there. Oh, okay. Today earlier, I experienced just it was an odd sensation, but I just felt that something was different, you know, still can't put my finger on it. But something does kind of sort of energetically feel different. Now, maybe it's just me, maybe it's just here, but I'm just posing that as just so. Um, what y'all think? Have y'all felt anything different this last day or so? Because here's my thing. If I expect something to happen, then I'm interjecting, well, this is supposed to happen. Well, if somebody said, well, this could happen, I go, yeah, okay. So then I observe it the day after. Okay, so all right, they said this and that and that and this. So I don't have any expectations in it. I ain't got no dog in this hunt, you know what I'm saying? So, but today, not thinking about the eclipse or nothing, I was like, man, the energy feels different uh today. Meaning Sunday, now it's Monday. So you did, Travis. Uh but if Hawkeye is too tired, I'm good. Did you wait, you need a card. I thought you needed one. I'll do one before I go. Bat Tool, if you'll stay with me. All right, let me have something to drink and I'll pull a card. Absolutely. No, I'm good. I was looking, nobody really said, but I'll do a card for you. I remember. Nope, nope, nope. I'll do you, and that'll be the end. Anybody else, raise your hand right now so I can see it. But back to no, 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 no. I'll do one. I'll start shuffling right now. Raise your hand in your head, okay? Oh, you're welcome. You raising your hand? You doing the 30 seconds with your eyes closed thing? Because I'm shuffling. Card's trying to get away from me down there. Okay, guys, one more. All right. That tool's got his hand up. They got their hand up. Interesting. I flipped the card, just, they was like, here, take this one. Okay. Not your card per se, but it's skunk again. Like, alrighty. Now I've been shuffling these cards, but skunk, you know, it's about having that confidence that your reputation, right? So, um, I swear to God. Now I don't know if I've actually ever pulled. You're a woman, okay, and I'm a man, and never hear me roar. Never mind. But I went through these cards, shuffling with my fingers. Can y'all see that? It's the bat card. I forgot I even had a bat card. Okay, but bat card. So I'm sorry, I just had to laugh. Now they no, I don't know. I don't. People will razz you, So he just joked. I'm a woman, okay, and maybe I'm a woman. Hell, I don't know. I think I am a woman because never mind. I like lady parts so good. But anyway, your card is the bat. Now I pulled the skunk card, which basically is the backup because they was like, remember this one? Yeah, but it's about reputation. And without having to be forceful or anything, people know you by your reputation of patience and love and kindness. And because the skunk is not a killer creature that's going to claw you to death kind of thing. Although it may hurt you, but uh, you know, that's not what it's there for. So anyway, bat. Number 42. I honestly do not. When I get to it, I'll know if I've read it. But if I've pulled the bat card, it's only been a couple of times. It can't be more than two. If if it's a third time, I would be surprised as far as my pulling the cards. So this is going to be interesting. But skunk reputation. So let's see what bat says. And it was up. Bat too. It's Arabic. Honest to goodness. Now, thank you for explaining that. I hope I remember it, my failing memory, but no, that's absolutely fascinating. So, like, my name is Carl, actually. No, it's not. I'm joking, but I do have an uncle Carl, though. Last time I heard he was still alive, but when we were in Ohio, I would have really liked to have went and stopped and just said hi because he's still alive, like number 42 in the book of Numbers. Wow. How about this one? Rebirth. I got to put both my sets of glasses on. Wait, let me get back into the reading mode. Take me a minute. Get a sip of drink here. Rebirth. I do not know if I've read this card before. And if I have, it's still been a while. Okay, so, but anyway, here's one set of glasses, my bifocals, and my secondary trifocals. Rebirth, yeah. Sacred bat flew to me from the darkness of the cave. Womb like reflections, answers it gave. Birth, death, rebirth, cycles of the whole, never ending, just eclipsed, the journey of the soul. Steeped in the mystery of the Mesoamerican tribal ritual is that the legend of the bat, akin to the ancient Buddhist belief in reincarnation. In reincarnation, in Central America, bat is the symbol of rebirth. The bat has for centuries been treasured medicine for the Aztecs, the Toltec, the Tolkien, and the Mayan peoples. That embraces the idea of shamanic death. The ritual death of the healer is steeped in secrets and highly involved initiation rites. Shaman death is the symbolic death of the initiative to the old ways of life and personal identity. The initiation that brings the right to heal and to be called shaman is necessarily preceded by ritual death. I was just describing that about my 3 days on the river. Most of these rituals are brutally hard on the body, mind, and spirit. I'll drink to that. Coffee, that is. In light of today's standards, it can be very difficult to find a person who can take the abuse and come through it with their balance intact. And I would say I did not plan on the 3 days on the river. If you're doing a shamanic ritual, you would have prepared. I would have prepared. So, but anyway, um, the basic idea of ancient initiations was to break down all the former notions of self that were held by the shaman to be. This could entail brutal tests of physical strength and psychic ability, and having every emotional button pushed and pushed hard. Taunting and spitting on the initiative was common, and taught him or her to endure the duress with humility and fortitude. The final initiation step was to be buried in the earth for 1 day and to be reborn without former ego in the morning. This ritual is very similar to the night of fear practiced by the natives of Turtle Island. In this ritual, the shaman to be is sent to a certain location to dig his or her grave and spend the night in the womb of Mother Earth, totally alone, with the mouth of the grave covered by a blanket. Darkness and the sounds of animals prowling quickly confront the initiative with his or her fears. As the darkness of the grave has its place in the ritual, so does the cave of Bat. Hanging upside down is a symbol for learning to transpose your former self into a newborn being. This is also the position that babies assume when they enter the world through the womb of the woman. If that has appeared in your cards today, it symbolizes the need for a ritualistic death in some way, in some way of life that no longer suits you or your new growth patterns. This can mean a time of letting go of old habits and of assuming the position in life that prepares you for a rebirth, or in some cases, an initiation. In every case, that signals rebirth of some part of yourself or the death of old patterns. If you resist your destiny, it can be a long, drawn out, painful death. The universe is always asking you to grow and become your future. To do so, you must die the shaman's death. So, that tool. Uh, so that was your card, bat tool. Batul? See, now when you say it, the way I've been pronouncing it doesn't sound right. But to say Batul, I've been definitely feeling something to think about. I need. You're welcome. So now, let me say this though. It's using the shaman's death. And I want to make that a little bit more simple because not everybody's on a shaman's journey, but everybody, at least here, is on a spiritual quest. So the thing about the shaman's death is more that you take on the like, okay, your spiritual side or whatever it is that that you need to um, you know, allow to die, let it pass on. And the whether you cover yourself with the dirt or not, you can do a similar type of ritual where basically just put on simple clothes or a robe or a something, something light fitting, and you find somewhere not necessarily uncomfortable, but that and you make yourself just be still for several hours, and you have to do it, and you will in your mind do a little death ritual. I'm dying, I'm laying down, this is the end of whatever it is in your brain that you want to get rid of, or this is the old me, I'm going to be born into this new me, whatever it is. I mean, it could be giving up smoking. It's this death of the old, whatever it is the conquering of a fear or a something. So, this idea that there has to be this quote shamanic death. Yeah, it's the death of a character, a bad trait, something that's just not useful anymore. I mean, for me, I had to realize several years ago that there were certain things I just had to grow the fuck up. I don't know how else to put it bluntly. I just had to grow the fuck up with certain things and be a grown up. And when I did, I was like, oh my God, I can't believe I was such a mensch all this time, you know? So, but anyway, um, but this idea of rebirth, it's having the realization that, like I was saying earlier, for me, the rebirth was understanding that there was just really, I didn't have 100% faith in whatever it was I was having faith in. And the rebirth was finding that 3% to put me up to that 100% mark. That was a rebirth. It was a death of the old self and a whole nother realization. Now, I have chosen to be on I am a shaman in training, but I had never expected that. There are a lot of things I didn't expect. But in that, there is a death of something You have a new idea and a new revelation of like what life is about. You have an aha moment. That's the death of an old idea and the new rebirth of a new thought. That counts. You hear me? So, well, I just never believed this would happen until I saw it with my own two eyes. And then all of a sudden you go, yeah, I really believe this because I witnessed it, I saw it, I experienced it. There is no doubt anymore, right? So where there could have been doubt, well, I don't know. Somebody told me this fish story, and then I saw it myself. Oh my God, it was huge. A catfish that was 90 pounds. Okay. So you, well, I don't know. I won't believe it until I see it. And then when you see it, you go, holy crap, that's a 90 pound, it looks like a freaking whale or it looks like a shark. Oh my God, what is it? It's a 90-pound catfish. So, but so many folks, something has to be an experience for us to get us to whatever 100% it is. So, this idea from that card, hey, Richard, how are you? I haven't seen you in a while. Hope you're doing well. Pronounced it properly by Tool. Okay. But anyway, that's what I hear in my head. If your card resonates with my reading. Oh, you like that? Oh, good. I mean that. But um, also, and I've said this before, but this goes along with what I just said about that. About that, you just had this aha moment. You just upped your spiritual self, whether you're a shaman in training or not. You've just upped your, whoa, right? So something died. It's an old thought because now you have proof or whatever. So now you have the experience of this new thought process, this new light, this new, oh my God, right, whatever it might be. Um, and once you get there, you can't take it back. There will be no backsliding on it because you've reached that point of belief. Sorry, you'll have to shoot me, but I saw it. I witnessed. You know what I mean? So that's important. So for each of us, when we understand that for everything that we realize and for every truth that we realize in ourselves, it what does resonate and what doesn't. And it's amazing. I know for myself, when I started learning to tune out the chaos, I still keep an eye on it, and sometimes it pisses me royally off. But I have to remind myself, if it pisses me off, you got 5 minutes for me. Rant, rave, cuss, scream. If I have to throw something, okay, but I will try to make it soft instead of hard and breakable. But then that's it. And then we go back into the calm observation state, But I have noticed there's a lot of stuff to be like, I could be like, I was thinking about Archie Bunker earlier, where I'd be like, who do I call meathead, right? And eat it, Archie, anyway. So Archie's sitting in his lounge chair and, just whatever Archie's thinking of at the time. And I'm looking at stuff in YouTube and the news and things, and I'm going, oh my God, Archie Bunker would have a fucking field day, gay Santa Claus and, and this and what, there's a white man, a black man and a Chinaman, a chink. Oh my God, there's a black chink. Yeah, I mean, Archie would have a field day, right? His character. So, um, but here's the thing about Archie. He was you know, hated everything, hated the blacks and he didn't like much of anybody, right? But in the program, as he learned to get to know the people, Archie had aha moments, and then them chinks or the blacks or the them Jews or whoever he was bitching about suddenly weren't as bad. Them Polacks weren't as bad. Them Italians weren't as bad as he got to know them, and as we watched the program. For those of you who are of my age or have ever watched the sitcom All in the Family. But here's the one lesson from that I think should be important. That he had a long-haired hippie, deadbeat son-in-law. He hated the blacks and everybody and all the stuff. But in all the years, he learned to be more compassionate. As he learned more truths about other people, he learned truths about himself. Well, maybe I don't have to hate this guy. Well, you might be black, but you ain't so bad. There was stuff like that. Well, you may be a Polak, but you're a good Polak. And wait a minute. What do Archie would go, what are you mad about? I just gave you a compliment. I think you're a good Polak. I'm sorry you're a Polak, but you're a good Polak. Wait a minute now. What, Archie, you ain't learned shit. You know what I mean? So, um, there are folks though that have those aha moments in the strangest of ways. So there are a lot of people that, although they would like not to discuss it, they're kind of like a Achi Bunka, and that they are kind of sort of set with a certain point of view. Then there are Ediths just on the other side. Oh, Archie, you shouldn't be like that. Stifle, Edith, stifle, So, but she would go, I just don't understand why Archie's like that. I think these people are perfectly good, and then it'd be Edith, stifle, So, but with the contrast of those characters, as just an example, um, so we have, Archie learned that he had the choice. You might be a Polak, but you're a good Polak. So in his way, he was like admitting, okay, maybe I was wrong that all Polacks are bad, and now I'm admitting, hey, you're a good Polak. I don't know. He doesn't say I don't normally like Polacks, but in his offhanded compliment, you know, you might be a Polak, but you're a good one. What? Okay. Then to somebody you say, you know, you might be a cannibal, but you're a good cannibal. You know what I mean? Like, you right on for you cannibal. That's a little far fetched, but to the understanding of human beings, there are things that we understand as like I met this. I'm I'm making this up right now. So I met this black person, and I just had never really met a black person. And I mean, I'd really never sat down. And he sat across from me on the bus, and I tried not to look, and he smiled. I never really looked at a black person before like that. And I looked at him, and it's like, but he had a really nice smile. And I wasn't scared or afraid that he was going to, rape me or kill me or steal me or what. I didn't even know if he was a wild man from Borneo. But which reminds me of the Little Rascals. If you ever get to see that one with the Wild Man of Borneo and you yum yum eat them up, watch it. But back to the thing. So a person's perception of that, you know, just using that as the main example, all black people are not bad. But if someone has not been out or in a city or something like that, and they have not been in the South where, there's all kinds of black folk, there are places out in the Midwest and out West, and there was like one black person in the whole town, and that was stretching it simply because they just don't live up in the upper reaches of there are not a lot of black folks, not being mean, that don't like to be tobogganing, and it's not a bitch or nothing. I'm just saying. So I think white people are on the crazy ones that want to go play in the snow. But you know, I'm not saying that just because uh, there are fewer, and it's because having been up in the north and up in Montana and through Idaho and there, I'm sorry, but the honest truth is there's just not many folks of color there. Period. You can complain and bitch all you want to, they're just not there. And it's not because folks ain't won't hire them or nothing. They just don't live there. That's all. There is no big conspiracy or whatever. They just don't live there. So do we accept that or do we want to jump up and down and complain? Uh Never as bad as you think it's all. Yeah. Now I gotta honestly say that I have been in some situations where I literally beat half to death in Tallahassee because hi, you black guys, folks, whatever, where's the party at? I'm drunk, kid, really drunk, and they beat the crap out of me. And uh, It hurt. I still have a scar on my nose where the guy's diamond ring literally cut my nose. And because of no health care, I couldn't go to the hospital. A black Two black cops came and interviewed me after we called the police. But being attacked in downtown Tallahassee really messed me up. And I could have hated all black people from that incident because they gave me a head concussion and literally ruined my life at the time. And I didn't ask for it, wasn't trying to be mean to anybody, but they beat the shit out of me. Um, and so, but anyway, um, I don't like the person that hit me still. Not that I could, put him on if I could draw him out of a crowd, but I, still do not like that person. I never did anything wrong to them. But I can't. Oh my God, that black person hit me. Every time I look in the mirror, I see the scar on my nose, and I go, yeah, well, we lived through that one, didn't we? Didn't plan on it, wasn't looking for it, but sometimes shit happens to us just out of nowhere. Literally out of nowhere. What did I do? Was I in the wrong part of town? Was I was downtown. We were making a right hand turn from one street onto Monroe Street going south. Um, Next thing I know, I'm heading down the street and, wanting to go to the hospital. My head swelled up like a basketball. And, so but so we do the best we can. So, but from that experience, I- you know, I hate them two black guys that beat the crap out of me, but I don't hate all black guys or all black people or all, you know what I mean? So, but there are people though who have been wronged by a race or a color or something, and they can't get rid of that because all people of color then, or from a black person's point of view, as I have met some folks, well, they'd say, "Well, you're pretty cool white dude," because I'd be doing puppet shows and stuff, and I go, "Yeah, well, you're pretty cool black dude, or black woman or whatever." Well, you ain't like other white people, is what they tell me, and I go, "So, what other white people like?" Well, they won't talk to us or sit down, and they all seem to because they don't know you. Well, Mr. Dave, you talk to us and you don't know us. And I said, well, I just make friends easy. And some folks don't. Well, but but is that because I'm black? No, it's because they don't meet people easy, black or white. And unless they've been introduced, and this is true of all people, a lot of people just, they don't know how to just be open or free or talk or whatever, you know what I mean? So, but in a situation like mine as a performer, my job was to get in touch with them, to make a connection with whatever color, creed, or whatever the crowd was. Age difference, nothing. So how do I connect with the audience and the people and just be a genuine person, period, without color? Now, I happen to be white and a man, but other than that, I may not like their actions, but no hatred. I severely dislike them guys that beat me up, you know. But even though I every time I look in the mirror, they're the scars of the account, and it's been like 30 years ago. It's been a long time, but I still have scars in my brain. There are still times when I'll close my eyes and try not to think about it, and all I can see is this great big fist hit me in the face. And it's like, oh man, I could have done without that replay. You know what I mean? Shake your head and just, no, I ain't gonna let it bother me. But you, the replay of the brain of the fist coming and the shiny part of the diamond ring, it was all very surreal, and it plays out in slow motion, and so does the pain and the memory of that. But didn't ask for it. But to the point though, I could see where some hatred from my part would be, but only to those two people, right, that did the attack, but not anybody else, regardless of color, right? But, you know, am I going to forgive them too? I don't know. I quit wanting to kill them. I have changed my attitude. I don't use the word hate as much, but I dislike them immensely. I will use every other word other than hate, but that's in my own journey to try not to hate anything. But after having been beat to hell and then left for dead kind of thing, that's some of these things are really difficult to just like, all right, I forgive him. Okay, I forgive you for running me over with the truck and then backing up over me to see if I was okay, but I made it. you know, hmm, yeah, that's how it goes. Everyone is doing their best from their level. I have to admit, some folks ain't trying, but the folks that are trying, honestly, I agree with you absolutely, Michelle, that they're doing the best they can under the circumstances with the amount of information they got. But in traveling around, and there's just some people that just they don't want any kind of spiritual anything. They don't really believe in any kind of thing spiritual. I mean, they just and don't care, don't want to care, don't care to want to care about caring about something. Don't just really don't care. And no matter what we gonna do or try to do, we ain't gonna reach these folks. They're gonna have to have their own aha moment to get them to go, wait a minute, let me back up. Like Godzilla's gonna have to show up and damn near step on them for them to like pay attention to what's going on around them. And unfortunately, some of these people, will, as I've said, if I was in a horror movie and Godzilla is chasing me down the street, I'd make a left or a right, depending on the situation. Screw this running in front of the monster. I'd be taking a side street, Jack. I'd be 3 blocks to the right or left of this monster. He would not be messing. I'd be like out of the crowd and out of it. No, let's all run down the same street and run from the monster. Now, me, I'm splitting up, Jack. So, you know, oh, well, Dave, you're just, no, I'm sorry. If it's every man, woman, and child for themselves, I'm taking a right here, honey. You can keep running in front of the monster if you want to. I'm going this way. I love you. Bye. I'm going this way. If you want to be stupid enough to keep running down in front of them, go right ahead. But me, I'm turning down this alley here. You know, finding Well, what's the matter with you? I'm a chicken shit. I don't want Godzilla to step and squash my ass or my head or my arm, and I don't want to watch y'all die. I'm cutting down this direction. Y'all, but bye. You just keep right on running in front of that monster. Now, that little bit right there, so the monster can be the government, the monster can be your own fears, the monster can be a lot of stuff. So, are you just going to just keep running in the same direction? The monster's dead behind you, and you ain't going to like turn right and stop for a cup of coffee and let that monster keep running? I'm just saying, we have choices. Yeah, but there's a monster behind me. Okay, then take a right or take a left, depending on what side of the street you're on. Sorry, but we do have choices in this. So our future is dependent, obviously, on the choices we make in the future. But from our past experience and what we've been through, I say, for me at least, I don't want to taunt them, okay? But from me and you talking, they've thrown this much shit at me in my 69 and a quarter years. Okay, I'm not taunting them like, give me your best shot. And here I am, throw something at me. No, but I'm going to quietly sit over here and go, I've made it this far. I'm confident enough that if I've made it through my other tough spots, I'll do my best and hope to make it through the next one. And I've got confidence in myself because I've made it through tough spots that I'll give it my best shot. And I don't know for sure because I don't know what the situation is, but I'm confident I'm going to give it my best shot. I'm confident I'm that I can be sure of. So whatever is going on in the future or around us, believe. Now the thing is, being honest, are you really doing the best you can? Now, there is the lie that you tell yourself, well, I could have done more when maybe there really wasn't anything more you could do. You're working, for me, I'm working two jobs and I'm building a house. When do I have time to meditate? When I'm asleep. So but this idea that like some folks, well, you had a good day, your house. Listen, you have no idea how much sweat and blood I have bled to build and keep this house in even in its uh current condition. um so nothing has come easy, but I'm grateful I'm still here. I'm glad I'm still fighting. I'm glad I'm still, persevering. But, no, so I accept that life is going to have its tough spots. And I'm going to be confident that no matter what comes up, I'm going to do my best. Now, the problem is there are folks who claim they're doing their best and they ain't. Oh, I'm doing the best. No, you ain't. You won't put the phone down. Folks are. Um, I'm paying it. You know, like some folks that I know, and they're sitting there with their phone like this, playing again. I'm paying attention to you. No, you're not. Yes, I am. I can do both. Then you're not paying attention. Well, wait a minute. Yeah, they're blowing something up in real time. Okay, but you just jumped a layer. Yeah, and I'm talking to the guy on the thing, but I'm paying attention to you, Mr. Dave. Well, no offense, but that's a fucking lie. You won't put the game down. And I'm sorry, but if you're really paying attention, then you shut it off, you take the earpiece out, and you have a conversation with me. You can go back to the game anytime, but have conversation. I'm here now. I'm sorry, but you're lying to me because you're not paying attention. Okay. That's the first thing. Oh, well, I'm listening to. No, you're not. Well, I can hear what you may be able to hear what I'm saying. there may be some truth in what the lie you're telling yourself. You're telling yourself, beyond paying attention. No, you ain't. So you're lying to me, and but the biggest thing is you're lying to yourself. So until folks quit lying to themselves, and that was sort of in the cards tonight. You know, nah. If you have convinced yourself that like this is the best you can do when maybe you can honestly do better. And I'm thinking of some folks that I know that just won't pull the earphone out of their head. Phone's on, they're listening to something. Well, I'm paying attention to you. No, you're not. I'm sorry. Be honest with yourself. Well, I'm being honest. I'm paying attention as they're going like this with their keyboard thing in their cell phone. No, you're not. Well, I can multitask, but you're not paying attention. Well, yes, I am. No, you're not, because the whole part of this exercise and our discussion is to turn those things off and pay attention to the silence. Well, why would I want to do that? That's my point. You're not paying attention. Yeah, I mean, so it builds. So folks will have their own excuses for their own demise, or they have convinced themselves that it's okay to play a game and listen in while they're trying to, quote, learn something. Okay. So for those of us that are still alive after 5 hours and 26 minutes, well, I'm putting this phone down and about to pass out. Me too. I don't have to put the phone down, but I agree with you, Travis. Thank y'all for hanging out. I'm glad the cards meant something to y'all, and we'll do this again. And I'm just kind of sitting here stoned and thinking, but um, there's some things in this spiritual realm and things that are actually simple. They're simple in that, well, if you will just follow this basic, you know, tell the truth to yourself. Be honest with yourself. Forget about everybody else. Be honest with yourself. And there's so many people that make up stories. I, find myself doing that myself still. Thank you, Batul. I love you too. Thank you for hanging out. And you said you're going to think about the bat, right? The rebirth thing is on different levels. Keep that in mind, and not necessarily, quote, do you have to bury yourself in the ground to get it? You can uh, do a symbolic death, wearing some clothes and putting your arms on your chest and just lying down and being still for a couple of hours and mentally thinking whatever it is that I wish to leave behind and be reborn to. So the it's about symbology, right? Do you have to actually get in the ground? You could lay on the ground. There's something about touching the earth, but you don't got to bury yourself. So, but there are, and I gotta say, having used some of these techniques, I did a visualization technique, and I remember being down in a 6 foot deep grave. Now, I've dug in the ground. We used to dig. Strange noise outside. We used to dig big pits in the ground as kids down in Florida in the sand and cover them over, and because it was hot in the summertime, and they would be these our underground forts. But so I actually do know what it's like to like lay in the dirt kind of thing. But so if you can lay on the ground and just and maybe at night to get that darkness thing, and just understand you could get in a cardboard box, for example, and pretend it's a coffin. A lot of things you can do. The symbol of death in whatever way. That card was just unexpected for me. Yeah, and so to the point of the death and rebirth. So it's not death and nothing else. No, it's the death and rebirth. See, so the importance is, yeah, you take this dive, but you get to come back up. So it's not the end, you know? So it's the end of an old way of thinking or an old way of processing or whatever. But the important, really, really big thing is that you're reborn on the other side. That's the important. So if you're going, wow, I wonder what I need to kill. The other thought would be, whatever needs to go in my life is going to be reborn into something new. I want now, I would be like, wonder what that's going to be with excitement, right? Wow, death and rebirth. Well, maybe I've got a couple of, maybe I've been a little anal retentive in my life and I should be a little bit more accepting. So, okay, I get rid of that. But in doing so, I meet these really fine people at a restaurant that treat me to a dinner. And I'm like, I had no idea that. I know this is like an obscure way of, but had you not left one way of thinking, you would have not tried something else. So we give up an old something of us because if, especially old people, we collect so many things, there's no room for anything new. So we must shuck some kind of something in our lives or something or whatever, a way of thought, just something to make room for new ideas. So anyway, so I've yacked on far enough. I am really tired at this point, but it's been a. I'm glad I have had this opportunity to sit and talk with y'all. It's almost 6 o'clock in the morning. Thank you, Travis. Batul, Michelle, love you. Listen, honey, it's up to you to call me, and we might be able to straighten some stuff out, but it's up to you to call me. Okay. Um, Alex and everybody. Okay, so whoever else is here, I'm having trouble reading, and I really need to lay down. I love you. I can continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you will continue to learn to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe. And every day, and me and Duggar do it every time we go outside and run around and play, and that's when I think about y'all some more and say, I continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you will continue to learn to accept and receive the knowledge and the healing and the many blessings from the universe. And in that law of three, which is important to you and me, I continue to pray that each and every one of you, super, how are you? I did not see you in the chat, but it's thank you and good night, good morning, wherever you may be. And I continue to pray that each and every one of you will continue to learn to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, and the wisdom and the blessings from the universe. Thank you, Richard. I hope I've just given y'all things to consider and to contemplate because everything I've talked about is actually, ways of how you can conquer whatever fears or whatever stuff. And yep, TTFN, right? We don't know what's coming up. Best thing we can do is have a good attitude and I'm good enough and I'm proud enough and doggone it, I'm the smiley thing of contemplation, dedication, or you know, I can't remember. So thank you, Travis. I'm sorry, Richard, and Travis too. And until next time, y'all be safe. Keep it between the ditches. Cheers, everybody. And we ta ta for now from South Georgia. We love you. Be safe, y'all. Bye.